Titillate the juices. You know what? Woo! Right now. Woo! Woo!
Dr. Hughes invites followers. Oh, let's see if they increase now. Me too. Yeah, wow. Dr. Hughes.
Mock-ass mock.
He's a great podcaster.
Trick-ass mock.
Acknowledge me. We coming for you, nigga. Fat!
Yeah, Dr. Hughes, here we go. Keep plugging yourself, that's cool.
First up, a man whose looks will serve your inner needs and desires.
Dr. Hughes.
Oh, yes, Dr. Huge. Dr. Huge Show, Saturday, 3 p.m. with Danny Damage. Holy
Hello,
shit.
good evening.
Where's my holy shits? No, not asshole. They don't like you out here, I guess. Goldberg. Oh, my goodness. What's going on with you, Danny?
I'm all right, cheers. Just a little warm over here, but yeah, it's all good. Yourself? Good week?
You know, doing awful, always. Everything stinks. Everything's the worst. Get liking and subscribing. That does cheer me up. You know, we're over 600 now, and we're on
Sweet.
the 700, very close to 1,000. And I heard recently that YouTube is moving the goalposts once again. I think January. So we have a very short time to get monetized now. I don't know the ins and the outs of it, but I heard that we might not be like grandfathered into this whole system of getting thousands of subscribers and so many watch hours and things. So imagine that if they make it like 4,000 hours or something now, and it's like
Yeah.
they just keep making it harder and harder to reach the goals. But hey, we're doing it. We're getting there. Very slowly, but we're getting there. I mean, we're not buying views or anything. I should look into that, right? I'm just kidding, YouTube TOS. I would never do that to you, ever. Not like the shitwayer and all these other people out here. More on that later, maybe. But we got plenty to talk about. A lot of wrestling news, a lot of like world event type stuff. A lot of that to goof on, especially too. I got to bring up that Chappelle clip. I forgot to look that up, before the show. Running late again, but this Dave Chappelle, he's out there calling himself like Martin Luther King. He was freaking out that they ended one of his shows because of the curfews at a lot of these venues. Again, we'll be speaking on that. we'll speak on many things. So first things first, right? We're in the wrestling business. They say we're not. People, refs and other wrestlers tell me I'm a parasite in their business. No, no, no. You're in my business. You know, I'd probably known more about wrestling and have been more involved with wrestling before you were even born. Shut the fuck up, refs and indie wrestlers. So, CM Punk, let's complain about him for a little bit because, you know, I always felt like he's a douche. I don't buy the act. I think he's a hypocrite. This whole Uncle Phil thing. He's going back to NXT like next week or whatever, too. Of course, to, you know, mentor the young fitness girls over there, the fitness models they have at NXT. But what's your take on CM Punk overall before we get into this, Danny?
Well, I heard that they were struggling with getting rear waist locks sort of like mastered, so that's why Punk's going down there to teach his expertise in rear waist locks. Yeah, I like him in like the wrestling business, not so much in the last year or so because I've not watched it or at least been drawn into it. Whereas before, when he was in AEW, I was like, I'm interested. When he came back to WWE, very interested, especially with like the Jungle Boy sort of like scuffle. But yeah, in like the real world, just like with all his t-shirts and his political shit, he's just a turd. He can fuck off with all that. But in the ring, he knows what he's doing, even if he's maybe like a bit too old to be doing some of the stuff, which, you know, he saw in AEW when he kept bloody fucking up the springboard and what was it? Oh, it was Hangman Page's bloody flipping lariat thing, wasn't it? He tried to do that and just made an absolute tit of himself. And it's like, yeah, you just limit yourself now. You aren't getting any younger, so...
Oh, he did another one of those recently too. He tried a moonsault, I think, in his latest the SummerSlam match against was it Cody? Yep, and like landed on his face, landed all awkward. It was just take that one out the fucking playbook, CM Punk. That's over. And his trainer came out too recently because everybody's like CM Punk's on steroids, right? He's so buff now and huge, and his trainer's like, no, not at all. He's not doing any roids. We're just a bunch of stupid idiots on the internet, even speculating on such a thing. I mean, there was that one picture out there where he looked massive.
Yeah.
So, and you know, the way that they do steroids these days, we all call it roids and things, but you know, it ain't the olden days where they're like sticking things in their ass necessarily. Like they got some new age type shit for the pros in athletics, and these athletes, their bodies are, that's what's getting them all this money and all this fame. So of course they're going to want to soup it up and make it as best as possible. And I'll believe you. You know, he doesn't look incredibly huge, especially when you see him on TV. I mean, even last night against Kevin Owens, they're getting into it now. Kevin Owens is back, by the way. Maybe you haven't heard.
No.
So he's back.
I get the message.
He's number one contender right out the gates because he showed up at SummerSlam, won that number one contender match, I guess, with Sami Zayn and all them in it. And now he's taking on Punk for the title soon. And they've been going back and forth. And it sounds to me that they legitimately have a beef. And maybe, I'm sure they've worked it out and that this is a work. But they've been really going at each other. And Punk's pulling out all the little sneak attacks, trying to get the crowd to chant for him. And remember how I was like all upset about him doing that to LA Knight backstage in a little promo exchange? Because I just know when he's trying to do it. It's very obvious. So he did that the other night to Kevin Owens. I don't even think that the crowd doesn't even react to it. You know, it's not the olden days where you just, you know, mention a chant and the crowd gets into it. When you're in the middle of something this exciting to people, like Kevin Owens being back and getting into it with you, that shit ain't gonna work. So he does that. He tries to get people like Kevin last night to explain what he's talking about when, like, Owens was alluding to nobody likes you. Even the people I worked with back in the day didn't like you. And he's like, well, let's talk about that. Explain more. And it's just like, who are you, Andrew Wilson, CM Punk? You know, you think you're going to use your little funny debate and public speaking tactics to fuck up Kevin Owens? And it worked to an extent. He even went to give KO the mic at the beginning, basically, in a way, because they're standing on opposite sides of the ring. And he's like, Go ahead, Kevin. Like, so you start, and then right before Kevin Owens is about to speak, he's like, "Isn't it great to be CM Punk in a Friday night?" And that whole bit. And I'm just disgusted. I was like, "Ooh, that's the
It's the
shits.
shits.
That's stupid, CM Punk." So I'm just giving you a little background on this back and forth. Oh, and CM Punk was wearing super huge foamy high top sneakers. They look like the Frankenstein boots that Rhea Ripley wears. So we all know what you're up to, CM Punk. You make your hair tall because you're bald. You wear stilts in the ring now to be as big as your opponent. Yeah, people think you're on steroids, and you got your trainer speaking out here for you. You're calling all these fucking people out and trying to make them look bad in front of the WWE universe. Good luck with all this. You're old.
With the steroids thing, it's like it's not a proper competitive sport, so there's no sort of like fairness sort of like issue with it. So it's just for show. So if you're on them, I don't see the point in not saying you're on them. I don't have like a problem, I suppose, because like I say, it's not a competitive thing. They used to have like quite strict rules, but they've obviously let that slip with certain like favorites that they've had over the years. So if that's just how they're going to go, because that's how a lot of other sort of like things like that go, bodybuilding, fuck it, I don't really care about that. But with Punk and Owens, it's a shame because on paper both of them are fine. They know, like I said, with Punk, both know what they're doing. They're entertaining. And if it was just in a vacuum where someone made edits of Raw and SmackDown each week where it was just the fucking wrestling and not adverts, do you know what I mean? So it didn't keep taking you out of it. But then they just put so much stuff like in what's meant to be construed as the wrestling. Like Michael Cole will pop up just like in the middle of a match and start being like, this Snickers is nice or whatever. It's just hard to escape that completely now. So even if you could sort of like watch it like that, I still don't know if I'd be that drawn into it. But I should be because they're both good. But then you've just sort of like said they didn't do a very good job. So they're messing up when, they've got a lot of eyes on them. It's not difficult to do what they do. They can just fucking spit out whatever because they are both relatively quite quick on the mic and experienced.
Overall, watching this, I'll have to watch it back again because I mainly saw the clips. I've been watching Monday Night Raw lately, though, and Raw last week was pretty good. Bacon Bits in the building. Shout out to you, Bacon. I hear it's your birthday weekend as well. It's everybody. It's my birthday month. It's Sleaze's. It's Bacon Bits. Around here, everybody's banging, I guess, in like December, January. And then we all start popping out in August. So, yep, we're special Leos and stuff. Leos are supposed to be like super extroverted, supposedly, from what I heard. And I am not. I mean, I guess I can be, but it's an act. You know what I'm saying?
Show offs too. I've known quite a lot of Leos that are just show offs, natural show offs.
Yep. I've never been a big show off, to be honest. I may portray a person that is that sometimes, but I'm definitely not that. Like, for example, it's funny. I'm watching The Boys. I got caught up on that recently. I don't know if you've ever watched that, Danny. Have you?
Tiny bit.
So eventually a character shows up, a black woman that's supposed to be the smartest person in the world or whatever. And I'm, initially just like, oh, here we go. Like here, of course, the smartest person on this show would be a black lady. It seems like it's written by a certain, and I'm not political like that. I know a lot of people are. It actually disgusts me, but it still makes me think that. But then overall, I'm watching the show and I'm like, she was written fucking perfectly. So she's the smartest person in the world. That's her superpower. But she would take lobotomy stuff like a little hammer and pin and knock her brain out so she could be dumb for a while until her healing factor of her brain just grew it back. So she's dealing with psychos like Homelander and racists and all these dumb motherfuckers. And she's always keeping it generally like even keeled, like just talking to everybody else and nothing really gets to her. And her whole plan at the end of the day with this show was she wanted everybody to like just kill each other on the surface, and she was just going to go into the bunker and read books. She just wants to be left alone, really. And
I can relate.
I resonated with this entire character. I'm like, I totally get like this whole thing. And she would give herself a lobotomy and then eat Taco Bell and watch Love Island and all these reality trash shows. It was just hilarious. I'm like, holy shit. Without the super intelligence, I'm like, this is pretty much me.
So, was she meant to be a villain or a
She was meant to be a
protagonist?
villain, but she's
Right. But
basically
people related,
helping
yeah.
Homelander and all these other crazy superheroes because she kind of has to. She's like, they'll just kill me, right? So
Right.
she's helping them, but at the same time plotting behind their backs because she's the one
Right.
that eventually, no spoilers, right, guys? Close your ears. She's the real reason why Homelander dies. Everybody goes in and finishes him off, but if she didn't create this thing to make him like a normal guy to get beat the shit out of, then they
Right.
weren't going to do anything to Homelander. And that's another thing they missed with that show. Like, I seen all these little edits before I watched the last season, and they look dope. Like, they had him, it was like if Superman went berserk and was like taking out cities with his laser beams in the sky, and it looked like a horror film, like the way these people made the edits. But that's definitely I would have let him at least cook New York or something. Come on. But nope, they beat him like a little bitch.
They do the same with all like fucking trailers. You see, like they do a little 30-second one, like initially to like tease you, and then they'll bring out like a 2-minute one, and then they'll start doing like behind the scenes features and stuff on for the news or what for entertainment, all that shit. And then by that time, you've seen most of the good scenes in the thing, and then you watch it, and it's like, well, I've fucking seen so much of it now, and it's just give me a little teaser, 30 seconds, and then just leave it at that. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to overdo it.
And even more entertainment news, these superheroes, they're not stopping, folks. And I'm good with it because I think they're finally starting to get it. And now they're making less movies and less shows. And it feels like these are going to be better. This Doom looks amazing. This fucking Doomsday. Right. Did you see the new trailer?
No.
This is comic books. The Spider-Man. I haven't seen the movie, but I've seen the clips of him like taking on the Hulk and the Punisher coming out and all this stuff. Oh my God, it makes sense. Everybody's in the right outfits. Everybody's acting the way that they should be acting, like in the comic books. They should have done this 20 years ago.
Is it produced and sort of presented the same way as the first Hulk?
I think, well, he's still smart a little bit, but then
No, sorry, I mean like, so it looks like a comic strip and like the transitions between scenes.
It looks good.
Because if it doesn't do that, it can still do this and fuck off. Because it's still just films, and it's still just it looks pretty. It's like my same argument with bloody video games. These new ones, they look pretty. They've got a lot of money pumped into it, a lot of money pumped into advertising it. People go and watch it, and it's like mediocre, but they spent a lot of money, so they'll be like, yeah, man, that was top thumbs up. It didn't fucking like make me cry like I've wasted my money properly. So they'll just support it, but it's still just milking the same thing, and they've just got universe on universe on universe, and they just can't help themselves. And they just need to let it go away for a bit, like Star Wars and like a lot of other things. But they're greedy and they can't stop. No, they can't. They can't. Mm-hmm. They get one every so often right, and it's normally just the big hitters. Like with DC, it's just like Batman has carried DC for so many fucking years. Superman doesn't do too bad, but Batman is just that's the juggernaut of that brand. Marvel isn't necessarily just one. There's a few now, but it's still just they do try with other things, and it's because they're trying to push their actors. They'll see like a lesser character and be like, oh, let's do a film with them in this way and present them like this because we have an actor that we really want to sort of like be pushed into the market, into the spotlight to be seen as this because we think he'll do really good roles in that sort of style. And that's the fucking drive for most of it, sadly. And I'm glad you can get some enjoyment out of it, but I just haven't enjoyed them for a long time now.
I plan on watching these because they're starting to look like Marvel team-ups now. So it's not, you got like all these different villains. There's more action, less origin stories. I already know the stories about all these things, and they may change them a little bit here and there, but it's that no origin story in any show or any movie from comic book thing have I ever given a shit about because I know. Let's get to it, right? Who's the big bad? What's the problem? How is Batman or Spider-Man going to fix it? And then you just get, a roadblock after roadblock that you have to go through, which seems to be like in Spider-Man's case, the Avengers, of course. They're throwing the old school X-Men in there. They're throwing the new Fantastic Four, whatever. They're going to try to make sense of a new universe coming. And now in 2 years, we're going to get the X-Men and Kylo Ren, whoever played, I don't know ever since basically the 21st century, I don't know who any of these actors or actresses are anymore, but he's Kylo Ren. He's Magneto now. I don't know.
Okay.
I like that though.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a ratty face. Not
what? Is that
a ratty face?
God, wait.
Yeah.
Magneto's of that persuasion. Are you what are you saying?
No, the actor.
Oh, okay.
The actor that was the villain in the Star Wars. Yeah.
I see.
Don't connect those dots where they're not connecting. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's not my show. You get yourself into trouble.
POS. I think if you scream that loud enough, they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I just meant the actor. I don't know where he's from or anything like that, but he's meant to have like a whiny sort of like sneery face, isn't he? Because of the character he played in Star Wars.
He's from outer space. And the only thing I know him for, and I've seen the movie, I've watched all these Star Wars movies. I don't know what the fuck it's about. I'm one of those guys when I don't know why. I can watch very complicated things and I grasp it more than most people that love to talk through the movies and the shows. Can't stand that shit. But yeah, Star Wars, I mean, I kind of get it. I know there's rebellion, a rebel group and the Empire, of course, and then the political stuff, but it gets so nuanced and different planets. And if you're not like hardcore into it and you just watch the movies, I'm just like, sword fights at the end. That's basically what I'm waiting for. Laser beam sword fights. And when I watched the new ones, I don't even remember those. And Kylo Ren, I know he was shirtless for a minute, and that was a little awkward with him and the Mary Sue there. Man, what did they do to that series? They really fucked that whole thing up to the point where I'm not interested at all in Star Wars. And I need to get Sleaze's take on all this. He's a Star Wars maniac, but we've gone over it before. He's good with it. He'll still like invest in it. I think it's just because of habit, though.
Yeah. It's that Simpsons meme with the fucking pig on the barbecue thing. It ends up in the river, and they're like, "It's still good, it's still good," and then it gets stuck in the little thing, and then it's still good, and it goes flying off into the fucking distance, and they're like, "Oh."
It's just a little airborne. It's still
not
good.
Yeah, it's not redeemable, I'm afraid. Sorry. But same with wrestling. I've accepted that. But with WWE, at least, someone could come up and do something worth our time properly. But yeah, it's not looking hopeful.
I mean, we go over it all the time. The sports, the entertainment, everything seems to be. But that's why I'm so excited for this MCU. Spider-Man's wearing the Spider-Man outfit in the colors that like pop, that's what it's supposed to be. This actor kid, not Tobey Maguire, right? He's the millennials like him. He's cringe. He's not as good as this Peter Parker. And you know what? I kind of agree. This is the Peter Parker, this guy. With the nice little peach that ladies love.
I don't mind Tobey Maguire. I think Tobey Maguire was all right.
Of course. Right.
Yeah.
But people are riding with Tobey for a life, but when something better comes along, you got to have the awareness to go, this guy, he really gets it. And he's just younger. He looks younger too.
Oh, if you're going to keep doing Spider-Man films, yeah, you're going to reboot it. You can't just have the same aging actor sort of like playing like a rebooted 16-year-old or whatever he was when he first gets bitten. But yeah, I thought Tobey Maguire was really good. The third one, it wasn't necessarily his fault. The film wasn't that great, the third of his ones, but the first two I really enjoyed.
And then I don't like the fact that he shot his web organically, like like jizz. I don't like that. It was gross.
Are you a cartridge guy? Do you need it to be the cartridges?
Yep.
Right, okay.
I mean, Spider-Man's smart, right? He's a smart kid, and he supposedly puts it in even in the books. So why not do that? You get the little cartridges, and it's just way cooler because then you're not like jizzing out of your wrists.
But he's a spider man, and spiders produce web.
Well, he's got the other spider stuff going for him. You don't need the producing web part. Like we don't have
Then
to
he'd
get
starve.
seed.
He'd
Huh?
starve. That's how spiders live. They lay a web, they catch prey,
Yeah, he doesn't
eat
have to
them, they
have
survive.
all their powers, you know. Like that, it just reminds me of the Spider-Man that they would turn into a spider sometimes. The Savage Spider-Man. They actually made a
Man
book.
spider.
But it's just I don't want him to be like the Fly, in the movie The Fly and just be all oozy and gross. Yeah, just take the cool stuff. Like you can crawl, you're a human, you look like a human. And even the way that they made the little fangs or whatever come out of his fingertips in the first one, yuck.
What?
It's gross. It just disgusted me. Every time I see that clip, I'm like, oh, he jizzes out his fucking wrist, and then he gets little tiny microscopic claws that make
That's what spiders do. That's what spiders do.
I mean, they took it too literally.
He's a spider man.
Guys.
He's a spider man.
Give me that other.
What don't you understand about that?
I don't know. Tom Holland seems like a teenager with spider abilities. That's what I want. I don't want the actual, spider shit. Like we could look up spider facts right now, and I could probably write some jokes about it. Now that actually makes sense. Because there's many other, I'm sure, disgusting spider things that Spider-Man doesn't do. Yep. What, is he supposed to eat other insects too?
No, sure he does.
I don't know.
Catches bad guys, just like flies. So.
Yep. Tobey Maguire also missed out on that Russian chick. She was going to cook for him and everything. And he had to go after Mary Jane, who was mid. I mean, come on, folks. Mary Jane was kind of mid at that point. And you could clean up the Russian chick.
They're doing like a big 60th anniversary celebration in the comics this month for Mary Jane, because she's got her own series. I don't know how long it's going to run for. Maybe it's like 4 to 6 or something. But yeah, each of the like different Marvel series that have come out in the last few weeks have had like a Mary Jane variant. So they're really pushing it. It's obviously the red-haired iconic Mary Jane that everybody like knows and that got them to the dance, but they'll just use that to promote the new film with Mary playing. So
Gwen Stacy, Mary Jane, or Black Cat? Mary, fuck, kill. Danny, go ahead.
What?
Black Cat, fuck. Gwen Stacy, marry. And if it's Kirsten Dunst's Mary, can we do it that way? Because it's just 90% of her dialogue in those films is just and that's it. So it's just like, no, love, and yeah, you're just a bit annoying.
Yep, I think you got it right there.
Is that how you play it?
Yep.
Yeah.
You can't marry Black Cat, but you can't offer either. She's the best one out of the bunch. I mean, physically.
You'd wake up dead the next day. You just fear that was it. You just go to sleep, and the next morning you weren't going to wake up, and all your stuff's gone.
She's one of those girls you have to make clap when you go to the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? You just go, hey, you just keep clapping the whole time. Once you stop, I'm coming out. I know you're stealing something. Get it, folks? I know you guys got it. Smartest audience in the business. Hit the like button and share it. Everybody. Right now, or else. I love it. Every Saturday at this time, I get fucking landscapers in my front yard. Like, without fail. So, obviously, they're on the same schedule I am. Amazing stuff around here. Did you hear I'm joining the NBA too? Or the WNBA?
Sweet. Nice. Oh, very good. Good luck to you. Stunning and brave.
I've been thinking about it. Even before Royce Keys and is his name Royce Keys? Did I just call him Royce Keys? No, that's the wrestler Royce Keys, but there's Royce White. Yes. He's the pretty one with the long wig.
Yeah, I found that guy on Twitter. I didn't find the other guy. I didn't know his name, but that guy with the wig, someone had like posted him with the wig, just being like, "Yeah," and I was like, "That's fucking brilliant." I knew about the first guy that had signed up. I saw his video. The guy with hair, yeah,
Enes Kanter. Yeah, he played for the Celtics, my Boston Celtics, for a little bit. He was fighting with, I forget what country it was. It might have been Turkish country, but they like really wanted to like, because he was going back on those people, right, or his people, and they were like, how about we lock you up for the rest of your life or whatever. So that's why his name has freedom in it as well.
Right.
And, they're all in the podcast game. I understand what they're doing, right? Of course. And it's great because it's sending the ladies league here. They're scrambling now. Because, I mean, the fact is, this is a fact. Something like 45% of the league is some sort of gay. The commissioner, I believe, is gay. All the coaches, a lot of them. I don't know if this is a fact, but I know some of them are also gay. And then you get a couple of these young white chicks in here that play with a lot of these other ladies, and it's like a culture shock type of thing. And then they try to get the young white ladies to capitulate and to say all the right things and talk about everything but basketball. And then they also, I wouldn't even say they get bullied on the court. Everybody gets bullied on the court.
Bam! That was a right flying clothesline. That was an Undertaker-style flying clothesline, where he did like the forward roll afterwards.
It was a hard foul. That's what, back in my basketball days, this is why I don't watch the NBA anymore. I don't even fuck with it, because it's a ladies' league. That happens these days. You get tossed out. Back in the day, you would get a slap on the wrist. You get a tech, but that would be it. Then you get sent to the bench for a little bit to calm down, and then you get back to it. But
if that was the expected back and forth, though, then that'd be different. But it's not, and everyone else is playing to the modern rules and not getting as physical. But then when someone betrays that, because she wasn't aiming for the ball, her hands were nowhere near the ball. She was gonna tackle her, and she still scored the basket as well. So that was nice. She didn't stop looking at it. That was quite a fun little clip. But yeah,
it's it's basketball to me. I'm not saying it wasn't. She got the tech. I think saying that this is white privilege and stuff on Twitter afterwards is fucking ridiculous as well. Like I said, there's multiple different things that can all be true. And, but you know how the public and the media is these days. They want to amp this stuff up. It gets them more exposure. It's like the guy at the UFC that's like, Michelle Obama's a man at the White House thing. And even Joe Rogan's like, that's smart. He's probably doubled his pay going into the future, just because people remember things like that. They don't remember who won any of the fights. Nobody really cares about like the art or the sport of the matter. They only care about the ridiculous horse shit that goes on. And
the Jerry Springer. It's just
we live in Jerry Springer world right now, basically. This is what it is. So even with this channel, like I'm always talking about it with you and the sleaze and everything. I'm like, we got to start fighting with people. That's really the only way we're going to get over. We're not going to be doing it by doing like the show, like the old fashioned way where we banter and goof on things and talk with the chat and stuff. Like we need even a fake drama going on to just make people go, oh, what's this about? And it's like, this guy shit his pants. Like something stupid or whatever to be happy. He did it right in the middle of Dairy Queen, right? And then somebody's got a video of it, and we play the video, and we goof on the person, and then that person gets mad at us, and then we fight with that person about shitting his pants. And it may last only a week, but then we just got to keep regurgitating that cycle of fucking nonsense. And I can't do it. I'm doing this forever, everybody, so I hope you like the show, Heel Easy, right? Honestly, I'm way better bald. I know more about the conspiracies than he does. How about this? I'm so deep in, I think Joe Rogan is a part of the conspiracy at a very high level. And I have proof of a lot of some of these things, or at least examples I could make. But you know what? I value my life. Yep. Did you hear about that guy that supposedly pew-pewed himself because, well, not because of anything, just randomly did it, even though in all his videos he said he would never do that. And he was collecting all these old books from like the 1800s and the 1700s and things, and these old Bibles and stuff, and what it really said in there. Because there's a whole play by corporations and who knows, the tech companies and things, where they're chopping up all the old books and they're printing them out digitally, so that, and letting AI read it or whatever, and then that will be reality forever because there'll be no more hard copies. Yeah. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't, but I'm not surprised. They're trying to stop like hard copies of everything for the same reason, because then they can just control it, can't they? So whether it's Sony like stopping physical things so they can just like get rid of the resale market and just sort of like control all the pricing all the time, or if it's music trying to do the same thing, it's just they're just all fucking at it. You will own nothing and be happy. Remember.
This reminds me, I got an email the other day, right? And I'm like, what? So let me read this to you guys. We're going full Black Mirror lately. This is from Mr. Vance. I work at Waltoa. We pay podcasters to license their raw recordings, and I'd like to make you an offer for the Dr. Huge Show. We're building the most human conversational voice model in the world, not an assistant that reads answers at you, something you can genuinely talk to. It hesitates, it interrupts, it picks up where you trailed off. Every voice AI so far learned from people reading. One person, one script, one take. That only exists in recordings of real conversations. Your episodes are public downloads, so we could have taken the lot and never written to you, the way most of this industry did with everything else. We'd rather ask, agree on terms, and pay it forward. And it goes on and on and on. But after I read that paragraph, I went, go fuck yourself. If you're going to take it, take it. Oh, is it public? You think you can take it? Let's see about that. Because if I ever come across it, I have a brain in my head. I can figure out litigation words and be able to maybe send you a cease and desist, maybe stop you. And if you think I can't, you think there's absolutely no recourse, then I'll let everybody else know that guess what? You do a podcast? Oh, is it public? What does that even mean? All these podcasts are public. All these lives. Is it even a podcast? I don't know. Maybe in some shape or forms, but I'm doing a live stream right now. So these fucks think that they can take my my voice. That's what they're going to start with, is the voices. Then they'll eventually take the faces and the whole fucking kit and caboodle and throw it into the AI system with the old 1800, Bibles, and then turn it into something else. Quiet down. Can you hear this?
No, you're a bit quieter than usual today. I can't hear anything.
Only turn up a little more. I'm quiet every day. I need a new mixer.
I could hear something new in the mix then, but I don't know what it is.
I'm just muting it now now it's open, but yeah, what do you think about that, folks? How about that, Danny? They're gonna let you, they're gonna do it anyway. And they're gonna pay me, right, to have me go, okay, yeah, take all my stuff and my voice and everything, and then they turn me into an AI out here.
Yeah, they're just trying to get as many people to fucking fill the little database as possible. Like a lot of voice acting work online now is just, you don't just read a script they give you for like one role. You just read a series of scripts so they can get all the sort of like different words you could possibly make in that accent or whatever, and then they just keep it and they can just like reproduce it, recycle it, and just, you know what I mean, repurpose everything forever. And that's it. You get that one job once, and then they don't have to hire you for anything ever again.
And who am I? Who the fuck are you? Never heard of you in my life. hit the subscribe and like button. What's up, Ribshot? I assume this show is AI generated anyway. Like AI could come up with the fucking bombs I come up with sometimes for jokes. I mean, it is pretty unfunny, but, I think I can do better in that department. Right, Tabby? Shout out to Tabby Bennington. He knows who I am, even though I always think it's a she with that name. I don't know why. It's just that tabbies are generally females. But I see you out there. So anyway, we got more wrestling news to speak on. These people probably want me to talk. I'll give you a little Dabbleverse. How about that? We're starting to back out of the Dabbleverse because John's not showing up. Other people are on his channel doing fucking, I don't know, shows, I guess. I think that's what we call it. And MLC kicked me out of their chat. Did I ever tell you that, Danny?
No.
Yeah, so you know how I was a big fan of MLC, and I would watch some of the shows and the live streams, and I would get in the chat sometimes, but I generally used it like a podcast. But one day I noticed I wasn't able to chat anymore in MLC. Well, I could chat, but nobody was answering me. And I went, what's going on here? So I went on my phone, because I was on the PC at the time, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't see my chats. So they shadow banned me in the chat, basically. For what? I think it's because I'm kind. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you might be onto something, yeah.
Could be that. They could be Gunther fans. They could be. I think some of them are legit. Not afraid of you Gunther fans.
I know. What did you say previously? Or what had you been saying previously?
No, I goof around the chat like everybody else. I'm so tame as a chatter compared to these fucking animals out here.
Yeah, but sometimes with those animals, they're just using as many sort of naughty words as possible, and people are have just grown thicker skin to that in general. But if you know who to say you're fat, that's all. Do you know what I mean? That could just absolutely destroy somebody, and that's all you'd need to say. You wouldn't have to say anything naughty. Just be like, "You've got fat cheeks," or "Look at them jowls." Do you know what I mean? Just so you've maybe just said something that maybe wasn't profane, but
I think I just
it's
might have
hurt
gotten on
someone's
his nerves, the host's nerves, and he was like, "Get this fucking guy." And plus, my little gamer tag here ends on show, so he's probably like, "Oh, he's got a show." Nobody wants to deal with other people that do things in the same kind of department. So, Mason in Portland says, I've given MLC a lot of money throughout the years, blocked along with all my alts. Yeah, that's right. Yes. Because I didn't see you for a long time in there, but there are plenty of people like that. So, yeah, I've sent super chats here and there. I'm not like this mega super chatter out here giving everybody all this money so I can make Brennan laugh or anything. It's just I'm not hating the player or the game or with that. It's just you can't let me be in your chat. You don't want me to talk in your chat. Got it. Mm-hmm. Man, Rochi looks great. Does he? Is this Rochi? Rochi, you do look great. Thanks for coming on. I think he's a Australian dabbler.
Right.
Yep. Again, WNBA, here I come, ladies.
Do it.
Give me
Do it
3
now.
months. 3 months of training, and I could go. I'll lock Caitlin Clark up. She won't be shooting any threes.
You'd probably you do pretty well just start it up now, to be honest. I think
So
I don't think you'd be
disrespectful.
you wouldn't be the bottom of the league. That's fair to say. You wouldn't be the worst player. You wouldn't be anywhere close, I don't think.
I could
I've watched
use
some of those funny videos.
Some hairdo. Maybe I'd get
And
the
it-
bull
yeah.
version, short one, spiky hair. Mm-hmm.
And if you forget, just take someone else's, because I mean, what are they going to do? Take it back? No, thank you.
Maybe I could do like that guy on TikTok or whatever that runs around with a leaf blower in the middle of the game and blow all the wigs off. That would be, I don't know. I think that would work. And they'd be scrambling, trying to get their wigs, and I'd be fucking dunking on them. Yep.
If that's, I understand sort of like, yeah, I can just like pop a different wig on like every other hour or something. I understand the ease of use element to like just using it as like a fashion sort of thing because you like to look certain ways and look very different from one minute to the next. I get that. But when you're playing a sport, just fucking tie your hair back or just, do you know what I mean? Just go on ball. That's fine.
A wig that goes to your ass is ridiculous.
Yeah. Or just, yeah, maybe just be a little modest with it, a little subtle with it and just like shoulder, or just, you know what I mean? To your ass is just, yeah, it's excessive.
And like 90% of them have them. It's just what a silly ass league. They got the big eyebrow or the eyelashes and things. Like even in the game, some of y'all, what?
When you get the combination of the big eyelashes and the tail, the ponytail that goes down to their ass, it makes them look like those people that do like the hobby horse, where they pretend to be the horse and do the assault courses. I don't know if you have those over here, but we have them where people pretend that they're horses and they like canter and jump up and do little assault courses. Yeah, it's like next door to furries.
Anybody remember Pam in the show Martin? That's every other joke was a horsehair joke.
Right.
The buckshots on the back of your neck, pow, pow, pew, pew. Right? Look at me. I've been memeing this week. I even, none of mine are really hitting. I stole one, though, and I got like 200,000 people to see it on Twitter the other day. How can you imagine? See, my account can do things sometimes, but I can't be the one that did it, right? Here's one. I love this one. So Jey Uso's delivering Solo Sikoa, hand deliver, in quotes, to Roman Reigns Monday night because he beat him this past Monday. And I made it as like a Grubhub Jey Uso delivering Solo Sikoa in a bag because like Kevin Sullivan told me many times on the phone, did you know, Dr. Huge, they eat people, or they used to. Said they ate people. Like, and it was, he goes, only 100 years ago. The fucking shit he would talk to me about. R.I.P. to you, Kevin Sullivan. You know, if you are in the wrestling, he's the master or the Prince of Darkness. You know, the most evil person in the world at one point. There you go. But yep, he put me on. He's like, these Samoans and things, these Tongans and Samoans, they might eat you. DoorDash style.
Yeah.
And then we have my new movie that I'm working on, A Pew Pew Men. Get it? You might not get it, Danny. You don't watch wrestling no more. So let me explain this to you. Jey Uso's been closing out all his stupid ass stinky the shits promos with, here's your warning shot. Bow. So now Solo is taking it, his younger brother, and he now says pew pew, bow pow, all this stuff. He ducks in the crowd when Jey Uso bows at him. So that's why.
Which of them were in the Bullet Club?
None of
or
them.
Any of the? Is that? I thought that's what they were referencing. Or they're just trying to be like gangster.
Yeah.
When they're like rich kids. When they're like really rich, like well-to-do kids. Yeah.
So Jey Uso, and you know he's always been like that. That's why he's always been cringy to me. That and the whole, he walks around like, it reminds me of like a little kid that's really mad. He's acting like he's going to fight an adult, but he won't. He's just going to almost cry, but he's going to keep his head down. Ooh, that's Jey Uso. And then he'll be like, here's your warning shot. Bow. Like in your face. And you'd be like, okay. So
when they first turned them heel and first gave them like the Uso Penitentiary music and all that lot, that was like the perfect balance for them. It wasn't too much, and it was like, look, they're not got all the face paint on, they're not coming out doing all the hackers. They've got like a serious edge, and even Naomi was like a badass bitch for like 3 weeks, and then they just went, oh no, we're gonna make her a neon go-go dancer or something forever. But that was really good, that brief moment, and then the more they try and be like The Rock and have that sort of like present that kind of charisma. And I've always said the same for Roman Reigns as well. When he was in the Shield and he was just cool and silent and had like 3 words, he sort of like did his job and it was fine. But as soon as they just try and be more and try and be like old stars and replace that void someone else left years ago, it just exposes them that they're not anywhere near that level.
And The Rock too. How upsetting is he? He's now making country music.
Right? I didn't know that. Oh God.
Yep. He made a song dedicated to his kids this past week. And he's like singing, and it shows him singing in his studio. And remember, he did a rap song. Ooh, was that bad? What was it, Roman? Even your cousin's gonna say it.
It was the shits.
It's fucking shits. It was terrible. So The Rock needs to stop rapping, singing, acting like he's got other talents other than being The Rock. No, it's The Rock. That's the reason why you're making all this money. And now what? Because you're a Mr. Rich guy, you're going to start going, well, my dream is to be in the studios and, to do the music thing. But then what are you, Michael Jordan going to play baseball? Just be The Rock, okay? You're you're struggling with that lately too. So why would it be a good idea to go over and make some fucking cringe ass tunes?
Yeah, I mean, I've said before, does he not have enough money yet? Seriously, he gets so much fucking money for like all the films he does all the time, and whether they're dog shit or not, he still gets paid for them, and he does a lot of them. So when do you sort of like stop chasing this all the time? I'm not saying don't stay busy, because staying busy is cool, but you don't have to like just be going at it like this. I mean, he could just take it really easy, enjoy his family, show his family he loves them by being there, and not just with like public displays of affection that are also like promotional spots. And he could just appear on like the odd talk show just as The Rock. Just pick up The Rock's old character, but if he was 50 something. And you could just like put over wrestling that way. I'm like a retired wrestler now, but I'm going to go and talk shit on talk shows or on celebrity panels or whatever. It'd still be entertaining. He could still do some films, but he doesn't have to chase everything and just be on everything all the fucking time. It's too much.
Yeah, The Rock he's been very upsetting for the past several years. But Big W in the building. Yeah, I'm never going to be able to talk to you in the MLC chat anymore. Shadow banned in the MLC chat, Big W. Yep, happened a couple weeks ago. Tell HVAC. Maybe he did it. I used to remember HVAC would be in the chat all the time every Saturday, and then all of a sudden it stopped. Maybe because he stopped seeing me in the MLC chat. See, it's ruining my life. It worked, KB. You did it. You got me. You got me good. So, I mean, imagine banning people that pay money to watch your show. Like, what? Yeah. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I'll run back the story again real quick. I'm typing on there one day. Nobody's answering me. The Big W's of the world. I think I was actually sent one to you. I'm like, can you see this? Like, nobody's answering me today. What happened? And then I went on my phone while I was on my PC, and I went, I can't see any of my texts. So I kept writing it a few days after that. Confirmed, no longer able to chat. I can watch, but I ain't watching, and I haven't watched in weeks. I don't care. How about that? You smack everybody. They kicked me out. It's because of my skin, I tell you, Big Dub. See, I told yous. Anyway.
Like with Cornette, I still fucking listened to him and bought merchandise for like 3 years, maybe 4 years after he blocked me. Both my accounts. And it's not even like I was rude, and because I'm a fan and I tried to him. Of course, my missus got me a bloody, what do you call them? The cameo things for like my birthday one year. When like that shit that first started, and I'd like gone on to like full-time freelance. Oh, well, that's got me that for like my birthday, just to be, and he was like, come on, you lazy fucker, get out of bed. It's time to do some fucking work and things like this. And we spent money on that, and we still did that after being blocked by him. And it's just like, you do that, and it's annoying, but sometimes that just fucking happens. And I haven't listened to him now for 2 or 3 years. But yeah.
What do you have to say about him, Jim?
No leads.
Oh, you're not Jim. Get out of here. The Usos are still with us.
Butterface.
Oh, he called you Butterface. How about that? Well, that's kind of a compliment to a man,
That's
I
fine.
think. Silly Jim. Yeah, so HVAC doesn't like you anymore. Maybe he doesn't like me no more. Oh no. Nobody likes me anymore in the Dabbleverse. I think I was put on the Dabble dashboard, so we'll get that's why we'll get people here and there. They're like, who are you? What are you doing? I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm the best fucking thing on this whole fucking channel. And no
That's
clicks.
good then. That's good if it's directing people, though. If it's directing people over here, then that's surely not
cool.
a complete
Dabble, I
bad
have no
thing.
problem with Dabble dashboard. I have a problem with these people that are like, who am I? Who am I? I've been doing this longer than probably all the people on the Dabble dashboard. That's who I am. But since I'm not allowed in your communities because of my skin, we're starting from the bottom. So you'll eventually know more about me but again, these Mershes and things, they're scared of Dr. Huge. They think I'm going to do something to them. So we got to start with bacon bits like we had last week and work our way up and prove to everybody that they don't have to be scared of Dr. Huge or my skin. Get way darker in the sun, Danny. I just haven't been going in the sun lately.
Yeah, I know I have the opposite. I have too many lights in here. I'm actually a lot darker, but I've just got like 14 different lights, so I look white in this scenario.
And we got to get a slogan going, Big W. We're going to march. We're going to light candles because I am not allowed to talk in the MLC chat anymore. And hey, the Backyard Boys like me, right? They're racist. They like me still. Who else is racist and likes me? Danny likes me, and he's kind of racist, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I just like throwing that word around because it's meaningless to me,
Yeah. Yeah.
I
think we're all racist now, aren't we? I think
me.
it's just
not me. I even did I ever tell you the story? I had an ethics class in high school, and it was the easiest fucking course. I mean, how do you just not know to say the right things, even if you don't believe it? So they hand out this paper of basically a list of who would you like marry, be best friends with, this and that, like do all these things with or for it, and it would name all the races, all the sizes of weights, like all this stuff. And for me, it was like the simplest thing in the world. So everybody's like, they're really getting into it, like, which one, would I marry, and which ones wouldn't, and which ones would, this and that. And whatever was like 0 or 10 or picking one way or another, where it was just acceptable of everybody, I just went, yep, that, like over and over. And I walked up to the teacher at the desk and I just put it down and I go, that's the easiest shit ever. This is an ethics class.
You said yes to everything, you mean?
Yeah, I said I'm open to anything because these are shells, right? And I'm just like, what is any what you look like matter in the scheme of any of this like real life stuff? And that's again, this is why I like The Walking Dead in a way, because they would always talk about, wow, like look at you, we got this fucking Asian pizza delivery kid, we got the fucking crazy black lady with a sword, we got the white guy and the this and the that, and they're all surviving together because you don't have any fucking choice. And then you realize after time, oh well, it's like we're identical. It's the same thing, but we'll all get bit and turn into zombies possibly, right? So that's how I've lived my life at all times, and that's why I'll say whatever I want about anything I want, because I know that where my heart is. All the rest of you other people, yeah, I believe what you say in a way, Danny. Everybody's got a little something going on where they can't trust anybody. That
it's not that. It's just if you look at how we sort of like came to be, there's nothing like with that example you gave with the questionnaire. With that example you gave with the questionnaire, if someone was, I don't even have to say which color because it could just be any color, including red, blue, purple, polka dot. But if someone is polka dot and they have an option of just being like, I'm only looking to sort of like marry and reproduce with another polka dot person, I don't think that should be a problem. If
No,
you then
that's not
take
a
a box
problem at all.
saying we need,
Nope.
if you then take a box saying we need to kill all the other non-polka dot people, or we just need to, then you know what I mean. That's not the same. But some people do blow that out of proportion and just take that as like, I have this preference, and that's that. And it's like sometimes that preference is tall lasses with long legs or short lasses that are curvy. That doesn't mean you hate the other side, but it's just this borderline personality sort of like pretend disorder that's like a come up on the internet. Whereas if you don't give someone 100% yes, they just hear it as 100% no, and it's like the fucking worst thing in the world. And it's like, no, do you know what I mean? I'm open to it, like you said. You know, you're open to things, but you're still allowed preferences. And if people wanted to sort of like just stay within their sort of like group, whether it's like I want a tall partner because I want to have tall kids that are into sports or something, people do like these things for different reasons. But it is just blown way out of proportion with a lot of things now, and people just like fake outrage to sort of like just try and stand out. But now there's so many people that do it. It's just like, I'm sorry, which of the grifters are you now? It's getting a bit much.
And if say you're white and you only want to date white people, that's absolutely fine. Of course, it doesn't mean you're racist at all. It's just in my book, if you want to personally for me, nothing. It's all of it is totally meaningless. It's just again. And I'm not saying I would be out here banging some 500-pound women or something because I really like their personality. You know, I have preferences when it comes to this as well. You know, but you know,
even the big uns need loving.
Yeah, but somebody's out there is gonna like it, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That is someone's preference out there. It's a lot of people's preference, I think.
Yep.
And pay for feeding them. And
two of the hottest chicks in all of the MCU are green and blue. The She-Hulk and Mystique. I'm smashing anything. I don't care. You know, this
wait.
It's a little different. I don't want a fat She-Hulk.
Comic. I was gonna say which She-Hulk, the live action actress.
Yeah, I'd smash that too. Yep.
Oh right, fair enough. Yep. Oh. I mean, the general sort of like muscly but fit. I get that, but I don't think that actress lady was very nice. But yeah, Mystique
I'd be
has
the
been
bald guy that you see in the commercials being carried over the threshold.
He's fat.
What? I said not fat. Thank you. Yep, polka dot friends. Big W is polka dot friends. What do I think about Eugene? Eugene is so useful in The Walking Dead. He found a gun factory, and then he started making bullets, and then they ended up beating Negan in his gang. So that's what Eugene did. And he found a new community of like 30,000 plus people or something, and essentially took it over. So Eugene, shout out to you.
Oh, a little bit of the bubbly.
I can't say your friends did too well there, but they had their fun in the zombie apocalypse. They were banging each other, and you were watching them like a fucking creep. Eugene. That's what he was up to. Yeah, I still love The Walking Dead. I'll bring that up every once in a while. People think they're done with it. You're not done with it. They're gonna have. We got.
Oh no, the comic's still out every month. I think it is.
What?
I think
they're reprinting it though, right?
Yeah. So there's still a lot of interest in it, but there's a lot of it anyway. But yeah, they're not gonna. I don't think they're just gonna stop when they. I'm sure they have a lot more. There's a couple of lads that I know that are into it as well.
Big W, who are you? Is your first name Adolf or something? My own personal preference is I want a pure blonde haired, blue-eyed, tall children. What's wrong with that? Were you a fucking alien or something? You want alien kids?
That doesn't necessarily mean that if a nice chesty, like fun, fiery redhead walked around the corner and was like, "Now then, big boy, how's it going?" That doesn't mean you turn it down. But if there was a lineup, you might be like, I'm going to order it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not necessary. Again, it's not a no just because it's not 100% yes. We've forgotten this.
Yep. We like hot chicks around here, Danny. But, you know, I've recognized in my lifetime that really hot chicks, I don't really want them. Because, and I've been around some really hot chicks and things. But, they're a pain in the ass, bro. Like they're such a pain in the ass. Give me a 7 that can glam himself up to an 8 or 9, all day long over a 9 or supposed 10s or whatever out here.
Give me a 7 that doesn't take itself too seriously, and that
That's
can
what
have
I'm
a
saying.
laugh.
Just
Yeah,
I'll
and that just
shave points off all day physically if they,
it's
because I mean these 8, 9s, and 10s, like the legit ones, huge pains in the asses.
yeah, and that shit's gonna fade. It will fade.
Mhm.
You can fight it, ladies, and you can put all sorts of crazy shit in your face that blokes don't want you to do. But we'll see. We'll go along with it. I see lads all the time with birds with faces like a fucking bulldog's asshole. It's just, yeah, they put up with it, but blokes don't want that. They'd be happy if you just aged gracefully. They'd at least look at you, an older version of you, and be like, "That's an older version of the girl I married." Not just like, "What's this plastic face that's following me around all the
You don't
time
like
that looks shocked?"
the top lip that like
Look,
it's like a U that moves up. I
no.
hate that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you've got the forehead that just doesn't look like anything's happening, and then the mouth's just like all the time, and it's like, no wonder your kids are turning into sociopaths. You don't have any facial fucking expressions. They don't know how to like non-verbally read your expressions before we start talking to you. It's you're making crazy kids, and it's all just for something that's in your head. I mean, do you find that attractive?
No, absolutely not. I don't think anybody
No.
should be. How about this? I'll take terrible tits over fake ones. They could be,
Yeah.
the fried eggs. Give me fried eggs over these big balls that were surgically implanted into your chest. It's just weird to me. I don't know. I think many humans are fine the way they are, and
Yeah.
I think I've just noticed everybody's looking at each other and looking at themselves, and people are projecting, and it's like all this stuff. It's like me with the bald stuff. Like, I don't give a fuck that I'm bald. I actually like it. I don't have to do my hair. I don't have to go to barbers anymore. I just zip, 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 done. And
Yeah.
I don't have a funny shaped head, so it works out. I guess if I had a funny shaped head, then I wouldn't want to be bald. But or maybe I have some massive growth or something on it, right? But other than that, if you don't have either one of those, everybody go bald. Let's go bald together.
Or if you've got like a treasure map on there that you didn't know about, then shave it and let's go. Let's see where that goes. But lasses, some lasses that I've been friendly with will say have like said to me afterwards, just sort of like, "Sorry, I've got small boobs" or whatever. And it's like, what? Shut up! That was great or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't fucking care about that.
Yep.
Again, there's a preference. I'd rather, but it's not the fucking end of the world, and you can still enjoy yourself. It's
this cosmetic stuff and the wardrobes and the fake up and all. This is for other women. This ain't even for us. They're competing with all these other chicks. And Big W says they messed up by killing Carl. He was supposed to be the leader of the Commonwealth. Of course, this is why you should always stick to the comic book. Not 100%, but mostly, especially with a major storyline like that. Like, it's a good idea that you didn't cut Rick's hand off in the show. That would have been dumb. But killing Karloff, Boris Karloff, right? Fucking, that was stupid. The way they did it and everything. And of course, that's why they hemorrhaged the viewers, because they betrayed the normies. Like, Dr. Huge loved the Negan stuff, loved the introduction of it. The greatest cliffhanger probably in TV history, right? That was a cliffhanger they left everybody with, was everybody kneeling in front of Negan. And shit's going to go down. A year goes by, they come back with the show, they do the bit, and then all these, again...
Is that where they killed, like, the main character with a hammer? Sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah.
Is that where they killed, like, one of the... Yeah.
I think the bat.
Yeah. But I remember people talking about that and just like, we weren't expecting that at all. Yeah, yeah.
Because it was a backwards storyline. But if you followed it like Dr. Huge did at the time, you're already in the season 7. If you like the show, you're going to stick with it. You don't feel betrayed by the show by going, oh, you killed off some main characters and stuff right out the gates. And now the leader of the show, like Rick at the time, was basically a bitch and was broken and all this. But it made sense. And I don't know, it made sense to me. So it didn't bother me even a little bit. What bothered me is I started to notice around this time that they were doing the same show over and over. Like the same, the way that they did it was so similar to all the episodes that they were doing. But or they would have like Rick walk down a hallway for like, I'm not even kidding. At one point, he walked down a hallway for like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Long hallway, and it's just the shot of him coming in with a gun. And it's like, that's so fucking unnecessary. This is so much filler that they were putting in. But anyway, I think we got out of our Walking Dead moment. Even though they're bringing back, I think Dead City is in the middle of what they're doing right now. They're coming back with another Daryl Dixon show, and they're starting a Rick show. So I'm there for all of it. I'm watching all of it. And if you want, I've done Walking Dead only shows before in the past, and some people seem to like it. There are the walker stalkers out here, like myself. I got him right there, Morgan Jones. I heard that Rick Grimes, the reason why he doesn't get any other big roles in movies or TV shows, even though he acts his ass off in The Walking Dead, people say he trauma mogs. He's trauma mogging everybody. You ain't trauma mogging Morgan Jones. Whenever he's on screen, he's the trauma mogger. You know, I know what that mogging means now, Danny.
Yeah, good. It's important. It's important that you commit that to memory for when it's not a word anymore and they move on to something else, and you've just got these words in your brain that you don't need, and you say, "What the fuck was that?" Oh yeah, they used to call that, didn't they? Bloody hell.
Yep. I mean, I've been.
And that's gonna push important information out as well, like a PIN number or something, or password. So careful.
Yeah, I've been trauma maxing for years, Oracle, but now I'm gonna start trauma mogging. I think that's what's in. Yeah, Dead City's been weird. The first season, second, I haven't seen this newest one. It feels like a play, if that makes sense. When you watch it now, think of it as a live action play, and that's why it can be cringy at times, because that's what it feels like. The first season didn't feel like that, but all the other seasons definitely did. And Daryl Dixon was good. I'm tired of them being in Europe though, because they he washed ashore over in France, ended up in England for a short stint, but there was only one guy left in England, Danny. That's how they wrote it. I didn't write it. They said everybody dead over there except the one guy, and then he ended up dying,
Oh, yeah.
And then they ended up in Spain, and everybody's trying to steal all the young hot chicks or whatever. And I didn't really like that storyline. It just seemed like, would Dr. Huge fight for this shit in the middle of a zombie apocalypse? Nah, I'd be letting all these bitches get stolen, and I'd be like, I'm still trying to get to America. But Daryl Dixon, he's a real man's man out here with his fucking crossbow overseas. So he's gonna go save the all the broads and whatever, with his hair always in his face, and him doing this. He's always got his hand like this. And he's like he'll point and be like, go over there. Yep. So that's Daryl Dixon. Carol, of course, made it over there because she wants to sleep with him still. That old lady. And every time somebody brings it up in this show, he's like, no. It's like, yeah, it's like you're looking at her like your mom or some shit. She's looking at you like a piece of meat. It's gross. Yep. Oracle, I'm sharing the link. Thank you. Everybody share the link. Everybody hit the like button, please. Get so little likes. I've been kicked off of MLC, out of the chat. How else am I going to get my likes to feed my family, Danny?
Did you start posting again on Twitter, like when you went live, or have you stopped going live on Twitter?
Oh yeah, I haven't been doing that in months.
Right. Mm-hmm. I reposted the YouTube thing where he was like live in so many hours, but I didn't know if you'd started doing that again or not.
Yeah, because I stopped paying them. They won't let you go live unless you pay them. And
I
haven't had to check in a while because I legitimately don't give a shit. And I never had the check to be cool or whatever the kids say. People would try to rag on you, and I'm like, yup, sure, whatever you say. I actually just have it so I can just go live, and then they weren't pushing me ever. But they've been throwing me some bones here and there. I post a meme and they're like, "Here's 1,000 retweets." So I'm like, "Thanks, finally, finally." Misery loves cultish behavior. It is a bit culty, and I've been hearing these words being brought up. I love everybody's catching up to Dr. Huge. I've been talking about cults for years, and I've hated all of them. It doesn't matter if it's religious, political, this podcast shit. Like, you're really gonna watch shows and get culty about like, people tell me all the time The Walking Dead fucking sucks, Dr. Huge, and I go, you're missing out. That's it. Like, I'm not gonna sit and preach to them the good news of The Walking Dead or whatever for an hour. I might do it here, and you're forced to listen if you're listening. But it's just, I don't like any group behavior. How about I do whatever the fuck I want? That's how I like to live. All these other people are, you can't like this, you can't do this, you can't do that, or you can't be with us. I will. Where's the door? I'll leave. Get me out. So we'll never do that shit here. Believe whatever you want to believe about anything out here. You're never gonna hear me be pissy about it. For outside of doxing me and fucking with my family or my friends, the obvious stuff, right? That stuff, nobody should be trying to flag my channels and shit. Like, that's so lame. But outside of that, do your worst. Extra
And
cult.
it's opinion anyway. It's like, it's funny that you say you want to watch The Walking Dead because you feel like there's a group effort to stop you from watching it, whereas I feel the opposite way. One of the things that put me off is I had so many people just being like, the second it was out, it's like, oh my god, this new thing's come out and it's been advertised and everyone's going nuts over it, so you have to go nuts over it too, otherwise you're stupid or rubbish or old and boring. And it's just like, all right, if you're still banging on about it in a little while, I'll check it out. But you're still a bit too excited for this. You're still full of sugar. Just steady on. And like I said before to you, that I just feel like there's too many zombie things anyway. So I sort of like stepped away from them. But if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. It's, again, preference. Not everyone's going to enjoy the thing. It doesn't mean you can't. So
Yep. I had a whole little music project around literally the same time The Walking Dead comic came out, called Zombie Prescription. And that's when the zombie boom was happening. If only I did more with it. I kind of got busy with life and things, but I was way into it. So it hit me at the perfect time. And I always loved it. I like all the Return of the Living Dead movies, part 2, the comedy ones and stuff. The best. I love that shit. So them taking it serious in a TV show, just like wrestling. When I talk about wrestling and how fake it's gotten, of course, we all know it's fake. We know that they're not beefing, that the way that they show that they are, and they're hurting each other or whatever. But it is happening in real life. All these other shows like The Walking Dead and stuff, they're taking zombies and doing shows with it. Dead people walking around eating people. And that's more believable than the pro wrestling that I see these days, when they try to keep everybody looking like they're on a reality show. Like, no, just go back to the old way of doing it. Let's get funny with it. And they're doing some good things. Chelsea Green, I don't know if you've heard, broke her orbital bone. She's the interim champion because Rhea Ripley tore her knee off and is probably not going to be back until next year. So that women's championship on SmackDown is cursed. I wonder who did that, right, Danhausen? So she comes out, had a great segment with Nick Aldis the other night because they were going to take the title away from her. It doesn't actually happen. She gets to keep it. She'll put the mask on. She'll wait the 30 days or whatever before another match. But, I mean, there are some good things happening in wrestling. There's just so many hours of it that having like a 10-minute segment in the midst of several hours of this programming, it's hard to win people over with that. And then they come and watch it out. They may even go, "Oh, I'm interested in this," and then they have to sit through all the advertisements and the other bum shit that they're doing.
But people don't have as much time, to sort of like give every day. And even if they have got like 2 hours of free time because they're a bit older, they've got a family or they've got work, that 2 hours is pretty much like, if you want to watch wrestling and keep up with it, then you have to commit that 2 hours of free time each day to that one thing. And you don't get to enjoy or, explore other things because you just have to devote it to the fucking Church of Wrestling. So it's frustrating. If they just had like 2 1-hour shows each week, people would be absolutely chomping at the bit for it. Do you know what I mean? Like they used to do, like when Raw was an hour, people were just, when it finished, you're like, oh no, I need some more. And you just see your friends the next day at school or work or whatever, and you talk about it all week. And I wonder if so-and-so's going to do this. I wonder what his reaction to that is. And, that hype just keeps you pumped for it. And then the next week, you're really keen. Whereas now we just take it, sorry to sound like an old miserable bastard, but just take it for granted. And it's like, oh, there's going to be some more in 5 minutes. Something will be on Twitter or, do you know what I mean? I'm already looking at like what's going on elsewhere on my phone because they've just made a backstage video for Twitter whilst their TV program is actually on. So they're giving me the idea that they don't want me to pay my full attention to this TV. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, well, what the fuck? What are we doing? What are we doing? Just stop it. This isn't anything close to what it used to be.
Viral moments. That's why they couldn't keep Karrion Kross around, right? He was getting too big for his britches. They were like, whoa, we don't want you as a top guy. You need to, but then again, Triple H comes out recently in a press conference and goes, well, the way it works is you gotta get over with the crowd. And then when you're over with the crowd, then we'll move you up the card. And then you can have like Reigns or Rollins or Punk or Cody spots. Cause those are really your foundation of this TKO WWE. And, I'm thinking a Karrion Kross, LA Knight, a handful of others, they're never going to get to that point because they don't make stars anymore. They just give you the guys that they want to give you.
They've really LA. I have no idea how they fucking just didn't do anything like awesome with LA Knight. It's just Vince was meant to be the one that fucking dropped the ball all the time. That made the male model thing and just ignored actual talent because he wants to get the guys who he likes to watch in the showers or whatever. That was meant to be Vince's thing. But this is just, LA Knight's, it's like the biggest example of that in this era, in my opinion.
It's a shame. Well, he's getting into it with Reigns recently again. I'm sure he'll get beat. And who was the other guy I was talking about? Not getting over. Oh, Karrion Kross.
Karrion Kross.
He's on the indies, millions of belts on him, that whole thing. So it's not like he's hurting or whatever. It's probably what was better for him. But to see a company that does wrestling had a guy that was selling more shirts than Cena during his like what are you doing? What are you doing? You let them go because why? Oh, well, his wife wanted a lot of money too. It's like, well, his wife's hot. She knows the business, and she's the one working out all his stories and things that he's got going on, which the WWE wasn't even doing anyway for the most part. So
has he got better? Be honest, because I know you like him as a character, but has he got better in the ring though? Because he was quite limited. And he looks impressive and he's got a good physique and that lot, but if you're just very plain and one dimension, like somehow.
But he's one of those that you want to build a match to a big show, and then you have the match, and is he any worse than Randy Orton? Really? I mean, they all kind of do the same, got a couple power moves, you go through the motions of what you generally see. Again, I don't know about the bump thing. Remember, like there was a rumor that he didn't take like any bumps.
Yeah.
And you know what? I can't recall it either, so maybe he didn't. But maybe that.
No, then he took a muscle buster, I think. So I'm sure Joe took the belt off him. Samoa Joe took the belt off him, and I'm sure he wasn't taking very many bumps. But then Samoa Joe hit him with a muscle buster. So I don't know if that was just like some angle they were sort of like just putting out there for the sake of just to try and build that moment up. But Don't get me wrong, I agree with you. His character's got better. He's trying. He's gone out and he's learnt fucking MMA. And I always say one of the things that like pains me the most to watch wrestling is when you see him with like these little guards like this, and it's like you wouldn't get into a fight and have your hands here. Do you know what I mean? I mean, you don't have to be like this real tight up all the time so you can't see, but a lot of them just sort of like they don't look like they're in a physical contest where you might get a smack in the face. So I always say go kickboxing or do some rolling with some jiu-jitsu or something, just anything so you get that movement. And he's gone and done that, and he has really, really made that effort. So I'm not going to like ignore that. But then from what I saw, once he'd started doing that, he still wasn't getting that much better in the ring, like physically with some stuff. And no, with Orton knows how to. If he had to improvise in matches, Orton's got a lot more experience, and there's so many different things Orton would be able to do that Cross couldn't. Like
Orton's
understanding crowds
lately.
and. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So if you mean that athletically,
Well, no,
Karrion Kross can do a lot more than Orton. Yeah,
I'm talking about his face. He's looking old lately. Like
he's got like 7 kids. Leave him be. They're not. Most of them aren't even his, and he's taken like 6 of someone else's kids on his fucking back. I'd look worse than that if I'd taken that many. I'd have probably perished already.
I saw a picture of him the other day. You know, like where your eye like will droop or eyelid or whatever.
Yeah.
It's almost covering his eyes. It's drooped down so far in this picture. I was like, oh my God, you aged like 20 years since you left last time. Get well, Randy Orton.
He's got 7 kids, and he's like, is he 50 yet? How old is he? Did you say earlier?
80? He's getting up there.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's closer to 50 than he is 40, and he's got that many children who all know him as Randy Bloody Orton, who will probably all want to wrestle with him or do something like athletic and physical all the time. So I'd just be like,
listen, don't beat me up, Randy Orton, if I ever see you at a meet and greet. Because, you know, he gets mad about anybody talking shit about him. And I just talk shit about you. So
Orton's warmed on me this last however long it has been since he sort of like grew up and turned around and went, yeah, sorry, I was a piece of shit when I was younger, wasn't I? Nobody had the balls to tell me, and I didn't have the balls to look in the mirror and realize it. And then, then he's gone family life, and he's sort of like not taking himself as serious. And yeah, he's really warmed on me these last few years because I did used to think he was an absolute piece of shit.
Did he ever give you the Randy Orton handshake where you'd rub his sweaty genitals after a match or something, and then go backstage and go, "Hey, what's up?" to the new recruits or whatever, and force them?
No, I avoided that. I just shot in my handbag. That was all.
Oh, right. Well, the shitting in the old gym bag is
I can't remember who that was. Which it wasn't Tori Wilson, was it? Yeah.
Oh yeah, he would. Yeah, Orton was doing all kinds of. He was the spoiled nepotism brat guy that you would get in there. And oh my God, there's so many more coming. Here's a story. Let's look at the old Twitters, everybody. Let's see what everybody's saying, and then we'll hit the Twitter. So Big W says, 2 types of people I can't stand: people who join cults and people who don't agree with everything I say. Exactly. That's how I rule around here. You know, you want to be a huge inverse megastar, you better believe everything I say and agree with it all. See, Danny gets it. That's how these Dabbleverse podcasts work. When you're on the Dabble dashboard, you got to go on the show. You have to laugh at my bad jokes, and you got to agree with everything I say. Everything. Thank you. Even though that's the worst way to fucking do a show. Yep. Triple H.
No, I agree.
Triple H getting buried by Bret Hart never gets old. Right, Oracle? It doesn't.
It's the shits.
I loved when they had the Hall of Fame Bret Hart Stone Cold on stage when they're presenting everybody at the Raw after WrestleMania weekend. And then Triple H comes out as the big act, you know, for the inductions of the Hall of Fame. And Bret Hart's rolling his eyes in the corner. Like, he literally did one of these to Austin, like, look at this fucking douche. He's like, we're both better than him.
Yep.
And as much as I can't stand Triple H, I gotta say him punking the what is it?
Punking the Tough Enough crowd at Cast.
Ah, yes, gold and justifiable. Yep, same with Big Show when he went into the locker room and was throwing people around. all the young guys. Great shit. Amazing stuff from the and now they're like, oh, well, it's all fake, so who cares? Let's send you a fucking fruit platter or something instead and let you do whatever you want in the locker room. I'm sure none of that goes on these days. All right, where's my Twitters? Here we go. Let's switch it. Let's go over here. Get me over here. And then no, not what? Huh?
Hello.
I guess we're doing it like this, Danny. All right, so here's some news for you. We got another Samoan or Tongan. I can't keep them straight anymore.
I didn't know if that was somebody new or if someone's had a haircut. I'm glad you said that because I'm like, which one's this?
This is
I've not been watching.
Zillafat2, I believe his name is.
What?
Yep, he was big in the Indies. Remember we did
Zilla.
a story. Yep, we did a story about him when CM Punk called Roman Reigns' deceased father out, basically. Called him out of the tomb. And he was all talking shit about his father, and Zillafat2 was like, I'm going to slap CM Punk. So when I first saw him show up on NXT, I'm like, you better live up to your word, Zilla. You said you were going to slap CM Punk. You're going to have a chance sooner or later. You better do it. Or else. So Zillafat2, he's with us. That was a huge story Tuesday night in the IWC. Everybody was talking about it.
But they, again, just like with LA Knight, they fucked up with Samoa Joe because they wanted to push Roman Reigns. So all of like the Samoan fucking, I don't know how many they've been now because they've just all of a sudden in the last so many years got so many. Too little, too late. If you're going to play that card, I'm afraid. You had the perfect fucking enforcer, the perfect Samoan badass that just didn't need to say much. Just comes out, kicks people, chokes them, fucks off. But you wanted to push Roman fucking suffering succotash Reigns. So fuck off. Take them both.
Acknowledge me.
And Jey Uso. And you're pushing Jey Uso. Jey Uso. I'm supposed to take Goofy, fucking Disney's Goofy, as serious sort of like, yeah. No, just fuck off.
No leads.
We haven't done it in a while. We haven't done it all day long, folks. Everybody get ready. Get that blood moving out there. No slacking. Get off your couches and out of your pools. Right, Coach?
Z.
Sure.
Hold on. Let me get the Gunther lady to yeet with us.
Z.
It's a still picture. She was yeeting.
Z.
Let's see if I can run everybody else off.
Z.
Did we do it? I'm sweating now. It's so hot in here. Whew. Hold on, let's put Kevin Owens on the screen real quick. What's up, Kevin? Karen Owens. You want me to put my mask on? Is COVID around? Ooh. Oh no, Kevin Owens. Karen Owens. I can't stand him either. I can't stand a lot of these wrestlers.
People with beards that thick, it doesn't show up very well on this, but I have a chin strap. But when you've got the big fat beard like that, they're not as tidy and clean as people sort of like think, and a lot of germs can get on there very quickly. So it's amusing how
burger juice.
Yeah, just anything, just things that brush against you and fall and land in it. But it always amuses me when people are like really particular about masks for like the tiniest thing, but then they've also got this big germ catcher breeder on the face right next to the mouth, you know, where they're going quite a lot and inhaling everything. And it's just like, come on, you're either a clean freak and paranoid or you're not.
That's right. Don't stand near me. Put a mask on. Wah. And now let me go wrestle a man in his fucking underwear.
He's fat.
So fat.
And rub our big beards together. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me rub my beard all over your sweaty body in the middle of the worst pandemic ever.
He's fat.
Got it, Kevin Owens. We got it. I don't forget any of this stuff, folks.
No.
Oh, was it 6 years ago? So 5 years ago? I don't give a, it could be, I'm going to be a million years old and I'm going to go, remember a million years ago when you guys were washing your groceries in your mail and telling me what to do and shit when I know better than you do because I actually look into things, unlike you guys that were watching the fucking Tiger King at the time. Remember that? Yeah. I retweet every once in a while when I get upset by people that bring up this stuff and act like I'm still wrong. Like when all like the facts are out now about it, even though the facts are out at the time, just nobody took the time to look at it. I go back and I retweet some of my old tweets. Ooh, they age like such fine wine. I love going back and seeing like April, May, June, July of 2020, and I'm fucking dunking all over these people, and people just going, "You're wrong, Dr. Huge. You're awful. You're this. You're that." I don't need to plead the fifth. How about that?
111 times or whatever it was.
All right. Look at this. This thing did numbers, as the kids say. Finally, I've arrived on the X machine again. 13,000 likes, Danny.
Sweet.
Yep. We're doing it big. And it
nearly
led to
250,000
0
views,
subscribers. What's that?
I was trying to see the view count, but yeah, 211k. But yeah, Twitter released that thing the other day saying like how different interactions with your posts and stuff and your account impacts you. Did you see that?
Oh, I've seen a lot of things. The kids, they know all about the computer stuff. I'm not gonna lie, the game has passed me by. I can't keep up with any of this computer shit. They're showing stats on how this works, and I'm reading the comments. Everybody gets it. I'm like, I don't get any of this. What does negative 64 in block category mean? What is a negative this and a positive that? I'm like, what does any of this mean? And they're like, they're fixing things and they're doing this, and I'm like, I don't even get it.
It was the table that they released was basically showing like if people tagged you in stuff, or if people reposted, or if people replied, it showed like how many likes that was equivalent to for like the power to chuck you into the algorithm. But then it showed more than just those three. I just can't remember off the top of my head. But the most interesting ones for me was how they worked the negative stuff. So if people reported you, or muted you, or blocked you, your account and posts, I guess, would then sort of like be treated as if they'd had like negative 40 likes or negative 60 likes, depending on which one of the options.
What happened to me.
So I think that's because I'm on a lot of lists from like Troons and stuff because I'm just like, shut up, fella, get out the women's, and I've been told
nobody can see you.
the only time I block people, I think, is when I get added to a list. Just because I'm like, I'm not having people having me on a fucking list. That's the only time I'll block somebody. If someone calls me a cunt or whatever, I don't care. If they call me a limey bastard, or I don't.
So if you block somebody, it hurts you?
No, it hurts them. So then, if people have all these automated setups where they can just be like, "Oh, these are all like the fucking anti-Troon people. They don't like us. They want to kill us or whatever," people get like just recommended which accounts to block automatically. So that'll just negatively impact so many accounts just from one person getting access to one of these little databases of like accounts that people have put you on. And then you just get blocked and you just get negative things. So then your reach is shortened. And if you've had something similar, that affects your reach. Because I have people saying that I don't pop up on stuff that followed me for years.
I've tried to literally search your name out, and I can't find it by writing your name out. I have to go into the full search mode, or go into, if I didn't have you in my messages, I probably would never find you. It's like one of them type of situations.
I've been on a couple of the different sites where you just put your account handle in, and it's like, we'll see if you've been shadow banned or whatever. And everyone's always like, nope, your account's clean. There's no reason for any of this. And I'm like, all right, that's fine. I guess I'm getting lost in everything else. I've only got like 1,000 fucking followers, so it's not like I'm popping up in so many people's things. But I used to have a lot of people that I chat game stuff with that just aren't popping up, and they've said that I'm not popping up anymore. And yeah.
So this doesn't make sense to me either, because I mean, I haven't been completely turned off, but there was a period late 2019 through like 2023. I wasn't like allowed to write anything I wrote on here. Like nobody would see it, and maybe I think a lot of people might have blocked me or muted me because of the correct stance that I had. So, I think that was a good idea that I shut the show down while everybody went through full-blown fucking psychosis. Look at this. Where'd he go? Show me all right, I got to use this. It's going too fast. There's MKE, big MLC guy. It's even in his background. Chris Farley before he crushes a coffee table. That's the picture there. I think he was dancing around drunk and naked a week or so ago. Shout out to you. Here's some stories. Let's listen to the coach of the Indiana Fever, where she's sitting next to Caitlin Clark here, and they're going to talk about Dejonae Carrington's assault on Sophie Cunningham. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I'm with everything that you were talking about earlier as far as, like, that was a hard foul. It wasn't an assault. Fox News over here, which is fake news. They all are fake news. CNN's fake news, MSNBC, Newsmax. It's all fake. All these 24-hour news stations in America. Calling it an assault is, they're playing
technically correct, but yeah, you're right. Cheap shot. I would have used cheap shot because that is a bit more accurate. She wasn't aiming for the ball, and I'd use that because it insinuates she can't deal with it face to face, which would aggravate the person who did that. So I'd say cheap shot. Assault is it's not like she fucking just broke a nose. But technically it's assault. If you were to look at the law, I think you could sort of like say that warrants assault. But
so we're gonna lock up all our millionaire celebrity athletes because they all do it at some point. It happens literally to, I would say, everybody, even from recreational sports to high school sports to college to the pros. If you don't come across this, then we've gone full pussy over here in America. That's all I'm saying about the way it's looked at. Was it bad? Should the coach be mad? Yes, all this stuff, right? But of course, and then the flip side of it, which we're going to listen to now in critique, is the coach's stance on it. It's all just so fucking ridiculous. So she says
she's a bit of a twat. I've seen a few clips with her before. She's a bit of a twat. Yeah, the coach.
Let's see what she's got to say.
One of the things about Nay is that she's going to play her butt off, man. She's going to compete. Nobody's going to go walking in for a layup. And so I don't oppose the hard foul. But I also don't think that she intentionally went for the net.
And you got to love looking at Caitlin Clark here at the same time. She's just like, ooh, shut up.
Yeah.
It's one thing for Dr. Huge to say this, but for her to say it as the coach of the team that just got wiped out by this late, Go ahead.
Well, just with Clark, she's sort of like, they have been getting at her as well. And instead of sort of like just saying, look, fuck off, leave me alone, I'm just trying to do my best here, she's capitulating, and she still looks like white as a fucking ghost. She's like, looks really drained, and she's like, oh my God, I'm out here again. And she looks like she's just been fucking run through the ringer. But she keeps, you know what I mean? She doesn't stand up for herself with it. And she just keeps like saying, oh yeah, I'm lucky to be here. And it's like, you just speak out. It's not going to do you any good what you're doing now. You're just bottling it up.
Yep. And even their own fans were booing the coach after, this whole debacle, as we'll call it. Because, I mean, listen, it's one thing for Dr. Huge to have this take. It's another thing for the coach to be like, yeah, well, they're not going to just let you go to the hoop and this and that. Well, yeah, probably not. But it's also, you guys are the ones pushing most of this let's be softer horse shit with all these games. And like I said, I don't even watch the NBA anymore. All they do is chuck threes. They're all the size of pencils. They may be tall and lanky, but these aren't like back in the day. They were men playing. And you would see that type of play several times a game. And you just had to overcome it. Guys had to stop doing it because they would get tossed from the game or foul out. But, you know, and then they have to have a fucking meeting, Danny, on what a woman is. What's a woman? We got to meet on it. What? What? That's a woman, apparently. I think we got it.
Yeah. It is kind of funny to see some of them squirming because they've painted themselves into this corner where they've got to sort of like try and explain why Leah Thomas is okay, but these two guys that have just joined the women's basketball aren't okay. And then you've got people sort of like trying to be edgy and sort of like tell these two guys, oh yeah, you should go through with the transition. You should go full hog, this, that, and the other. You know what you're scared of, and it's like, excuse me, if I was to have said that to Leah Thomas or other people that have done this, that would not have been cool. So it's just that double standard once again. That it's just like, if it's like with the fight with the clothesline, if you're allowed to do that and you're allowed to get rough with each other, and that was part of it, fair enough. Everyone knows where they stand. But when it's a cheap shot, that's different. They should just fucking go like with hockey. If these lasses want to just have like, referee just blows whistle, they have 15, 20 seconds where they just go fucking hell for leather, and, you know, they can do all the big windmills and pull all the fucking hair for like 15, 20 seconds, and then whistle blows again, then you get on with it. That's fine. But as long as everyone's on the same page and they know what level of like aggression they're allowed to bring to each other, if not, it's not fair.
All right, we'll leave it at that. I'll let Jason Whitlock deal with these WNBA folks and the NBA, LGB's Qs and the whole crew over there. There's a French lady, Danny, that looks like a bodybuilder. I'm not even kidding. A bodybuilder with like a ponytail. A dude, obviously, gets 20 and 20 a night. Like it's a Rodman and Jordan, like at the same time. It's just destroying these chicks in the French league. And they're like, we're not letting her come over here. It's like, why not? And like, well, she's older and in her 30s and stuff. That's like, that doesn't matter. That shouldn't matter. I just want to let everybody know, at least we finally got some sort of an answer through all this nonsense with the WNBA. It's the WNBA that gets to tell everybody who is trans and who's not. Got it. I just need to know the rules. So they're the arbiters of who is what. Okay. That's all I needed to know, because they had their meeting. They said these women aren't trans, but these ones are. All right.
But
we can play that game. Let's go.
Yeah, I agree. But either way, just putting the Harlem Globetrotters music on all of your footage, ladies, is just what you need. Whether it's you tripping over yourselves, whether it's your wigs falling off, whether it's missing from like fucking trying like 20 times to get rebounds and missing, or whether it's like a bloke in disguise running circles around you, the Harlem Globetrotters music works wonders, and it's so charming. So just embrace how tickled we are by it.
Bam! You see like Sophie Cunningham's head come off from a hard foul from a dude.
Because that's the corner they've painted themselves in. Like I say, it shouldn't have got to this, but it fucking has. And we're apparently a generation that was raised on South Park, and South Park did an episode on this like way before it became a problem, and people just let it happen. And even though these two guys in the women's NBA now, these two new ladies in the women's NBA YouTube, it's a good thing that they're doing and they're bringing attention to the matter, but it's way fucking late. We couldn't have had people doing this sort of stuff sooner. I know the women's NBA hasn't been around forever, but there's been loads of competitions and stuff that have been, you know, spoiled for the women that are genuinely trying to compete with each other. And it's a shame it's taken this long for like famous athletes to make this stand.
And in my expert opinion, just my opinion, YouTube TOS, this Brittany Griner out here, I kind of believe what the Russians say about this Brittany Griner, if you know what I'm saying. If they're worried about having dudes in the league, I think we already got one. At least one.
Sorry, I meant male famous athletes. Obviously, women athletes have been making, been standing up against this and trying to get stuff sorted. But I mean, just high-profile males haven't jumped into the fight as well as they have done now.
I don't know. I think
Sorry,
we
I
should
just wanted
make
to
our
clarify
own.
that.
Maybe we should make our own trans team. Me, you, Paladin. He wants in, right? We'll do it like a pickup squad. I'll go to the park later this afternoon. We'll find a few more dudes that will put on some wigs, and we'll just fucking dominate, bro. Maybe not the top 5 teams in the league. They might give us some of the business, but yeah, we'll just get me some knee pads, right? What?
Wasn't
Go ahead.
Wasn't it the Americans like World Cup soccer team that played against a bunch of 16 or 15-year-old lads from high school, and they just got and they got absolutely thrashed by them.
Yep.
So yeah.
And there was also a thing where I think maybe a year or 2 ago, some professional basketball women played against some younger kids in a gym, and it was close. And I think the boys might have won. I can't remember, but I think they were also like 8th grade, but they were good 8th graders, you know. These kids over here with the basketball, I'm telling you that you can be fucking nice at 8th grade. LeBron James was dunking in the 6th grade. Took me till junior year until I could dunk, but I was also not like a freak of nature, 6 and 8 or whatever he was. Anyway, maybe he should try out for the WNBA too. I mean, give you an extra 10 to 15 years. I mean, he'll be playing in the WNBA when he's like 65. How about this story? I don't know if you missed. Oh, do you have more to say on this?
I was just going to say, if he joined, it might help them actually make some fucking money, so they didn't have to be carried by the fellas league. But yeah, we'll leave it there.
Yeah, it's the old Norm Macdonald joke where goes, you know how he would go into a whole long speech and then he'd go, and you're going to let guys play. And it's actually happening. It's like, wow. But this has been the big wrestling story for the past week. This Eric Cannon, an indie wrestler for 20 or so years or whatever, very respectable, I would say. You know, you're passionate about what you like and what you're doing. You haven't made it into the big leagues. I'm not one of these people out here going, how dare you talk about anything or talk about AJ Styles or his kid or whatever, because it's off-putting to me as well. But I'll just read, Fightful Wrestling said, Natty says Avery Styles wants to pay his dues. Quote, I was able to go to GCW yesterday and watch Avery Styles and one of our dungeon students, Marcus Mathers, wrestle, and they blew me away. They blew me away. They're so young and they have so much presence. And oh my God, I'm not reading all this, Natty. But
God, that's Natalia Hart as well, so at least that's in text. You're not having to listen to her going, rah, 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 rah. God, she fucking barks half the time.
At the end of this, she writes something about, I said, it showed me that you're willing to pay your dues and that you're not just going to come into the industry as AJ Styles' son that has to be pampered and coddled, and he wants to earn it. He wants to pay his dues, and I love that. And then this Eric Cannon comes out, and he goes, as someone who watched this kid skirt away from helping with a single thing at this very show, I'd just like to say, LOFing-L. And yes, I do mute Fightful Wrestling. I mean, this Sean Ross Sapp, he blocked me. So I blocked him. You want to give me negative stats on Twitter? I can do that. I can play these games too, right? Danny, we just figured that out.
I think his kind of stupid's contagious as well, so it's maybe for the best.
So this got AJ Styles going.
Ah.
Where did it go? Oh, shit. I don't know if I'm going to find it from here. Maybe I'll have to type it in. You just bear with us, folks. Best show in the world.
No problem. Hopefully, I'm just reading what Natalia said at the end when she's like alluding to people that come in and have the bottoms powdered or whatever. I wonder if she feels that way about Miss Flair, because that's definitely what happened with her. So if Natalia's now turning into like Brett, where she's just going to shoot shit on people all the time, now she's like not in the ring as much, and she's going to take after Brett in that respect. I think I'm game for that.
No, she's putting him over. So Natty's putting AJ Styles' son over. Eric Cannon is like, nah, he ain't helping. He ain't paying his dues, like you said.
Woo!
And I wouldn't expect. You think Randy Orton was setting up chairs back in the day?
Oh,
He might
no.
have. Who knows? OVW? I don't know. Or the set up the ring or whatever. So AJ Styles writes back to this and goes, he was paid to wrestle at GCW, not help you put up and take down the ring. That sounds like your job. You just sound like a jealous douche.
Woo!
And then it goes on. This goes on and on and on. And then Eric Cannon writes back, I have all the respect in the world for you, AJ. I understand why you defend your son, and it is admirable. But the fact remains, he can stay AJ's kid, continue to skirt responsibility in paying dues, or he can earn the respect of his peers and stand on his own as Avery. What do you think about this go back and forth so far? Who
the fuck is Eric Cannon? Who the fuck is Eric Cannon? I'm being serious. I'm not being a dick. I'm not. This isn't a bit. Oh, an indie wrestler. He was in a photograph with. No.
20 years.
Right. Right. Okay. Fair enough. So I'm not saying he hasn't done anything, but it's like he's arguing with AJ Styles, and it does. Whenever people do stuff like this online, it's even if it isn't, it just looks like he's trying to do like the bloody leapfrog over to be like, right, well, I've beat you. Now I get that attention. I get that your follower count magically comes into mine or something. Or do you know what I mean? And it's just, it seems like people pick fights for that reason, thinking if they can get one over. And this, I don't know this indie wrestler, obviously, but it might be all right. But it could just be fake nice to be like, oh no, I'm a fan, but you know, I'm going to enjoy this attention and this rub that I'm getting on social media.
Yep, he did go at the young kid. I'm not for that. I think it feels like he's frustrated, right? This is a guy that's been in and around the business. He's been doing the thing for a while and hasn't gotten into the big league, so to speak. He sees AJ Styles' kid come in. In his own words, he said, listen, we tried to it sounded like they tried to get him to do things, and he was like, nah, I'm just going to get ready for the match or whatever. I don't know. He said he skirted the rules or didn't want to do it. I'm very in the middle on it. I'm not like, fuck this Eric guy. And I'm not like, fuck AJ Styles, obviously, too. And I think I don't feel like it was a backpedal on Eric's part. I think it was more of like, listen, I get it. I sound like a jerk off. And maybe he's a heel wrestler too, right? He's like, and he's trying to get the rub and stuff. And again, if Joe Rogan's going to call this shit smart, it's smart to call a former president's wife a man at the White House in the middle of something. Like, that's smart these days, right? So if we're going by that whole Joe Rogan thing, then this is also smart, right? Because it did get his name out there. And we're even talking about it now. Cody talked about it. Moose, we're going to look at all the tweets about this. Lexus King, because he's another, wrestler that come from the balls of another wrestler that was big, Pillman. And Cody Rhodes says, Eric, my friend. I love corporate Cody
fake
Rhodes.
Nice. Yeah, just fake nice.
Yep. This is fake nice, Danny. I think what Eric was doing, saying, no offense, AJ, I think you're great. He means that. I don't think that's him going, oh, I think that's more him going, oh shit, that's right. This is AJ's kid. He's talking back to me now. And this, on the other hand, this is some fake shit. So Eric, my friend, no shade intended, but my outlook. Avery is 19. His father was paying dues and making sacrifices throughout that young man's youth that some people may never understand. When you're the family holding down the fort, to simplify, he already set up the fucking chairs. Great tweet, but I'm not vibing with it.
But yeah, hear me out, right? So, in a way, he's right because AJ has paid his dues. Which promotion was, well, whatever, whichever promotion it is, they're not really booking AJ Styles' son for that spot on the show. to be really booking AJ Styles, who has something to show at that show. That's the draw, I think. I don't think it's directly AJ Styles' son that is the draw for that event. It's AJ Styles. So if the kid's there as an extension of his dad and as a guest of his dad, I can sort of see that argument. Unless they fucking just like told people, yeah, get out of the locker room. AJ Styles' kid's going to come in and he's going to use this locker room, and yeah, give him your sports bottle. Yeah, that's his drink now. It's not yours. Do you know what I mean? If you got that sort of thing, unless it's a work, then that'd be pretty clever. It'd be entertaining at least. You know, I don't see a problem, but yeah, I don't think it's as simple as just like, oh yeah, this kid just got signed to this promotion. Now he's just turned up and he's just been a dick and he's not setting up the ring or helping clean up afterwards or fold chairs. It's
And I understand. I don't think that anything is this being like this kid's a dick. I think the very initial tweet of him LOFing like he didn't help with anything and we tried to get him to help and blah blah blah. It's absolutely throwing shade and stuff, but it's not like saying he's a bad guy and plus everybody knows he's a young kid. He's still technically a teenager. So it's just funny how this turned into such a thing and like a discussion of paying dues and all this stuff. And this is another thing in the Dabbleverse, you know, the shitwayer out here, Shuli and TSN, he's known for saying many times on the Stern Show, you got to pay your dues, and I paid my dues, and I came up the ranks, and blah, blah, blah. And everybody's like, nah, you really, you know, because you're still kind of in the indies, right? So that's why everybody's upset with this Eric character at the same time. It's like the same type of thing where it's like, who are you to even talk about dues paying and stuff? Who are you, the dues payer now? Like you're the one that's going to let everybody know what they need to do, like set up the chairs and this and that. So I understand that the feeling that a lot of these pros and stuff would have, but you got to look at it from the normal common man's point of view as well. And if, say, a teenager is now in the spot you're in and you spent 10, 20 years to be in the same spot, right? Albeit very low, maybe on the rung of pro wrestling, but it's still a spot. And then you're like, this dude ain't even, I'm setting up the chairs, I'm putting up the ring. And that's why when AJ Styles is like, that's your fucking job, it's like, ooh. To disenfranchised people out here, you're like, oh, we don't like this, you know, because
yeah. AJ gets snippy quite easily, though. I mean, remember that clip when someone, yeah, but then remember when someone quoted Austin, like someone reworked Austin's 316 promo to AJ at an indie show. And AJ just didn't get the reference. I don't think he'd seen that promo from Stone Cold, but he thought the guy was like ripping on Jesus. And he had like a proper like freak out moment at him and like, you can fucking say whatever you want about me, but don't you dare talk shit about Jesus. And the guy's like, dude, I'm like I'm doing like a Stone Cold Steve Austin bit. What's wrong? And AJ just didn't fucking get it, but he just banged straight out and just started, you know, showing
he called him the F word.
Probably, yeah.
An N-word, F-word.
Yeah.
What's up, William?
It is a white guy with a hoe train, so I don't know why he called him that.
And William says, I've already declared for the NBW. You too, you join our team. We're putting together a team. Yep, me, you, Paladin, Danny. I don't even know. Are you any good at basketball, Danny? But I'm sure you will be good.
I wasn't bad as a kid, to be fair, but it's not something that they kept doing at our school. Then he did it for like the first 2 years of senior school, and then we just stopped having a team, which was a shame because it was the one sport that I was like, yeah, I really like this actually. I mean, I played soccer and rugby, but I just because everyone else was playing it.
Everybody would love soccer over here if they just you make the soccer field the size of a larger basketball court. So you know how you get all the photographers and things or whatever sitting courtside. You push them all back into the stands. Everybody goes in the stands. You make the field just a little bit larger, but put all grass in there, and then have a soccer league in the United States like that. It would work. I'm telling you, I know it would, because it would.
We do five-a-side over here. We do five-a-side soccer over. Yeah. Oh yeah, five-a-side's really popular. Just because you don't have to get a full team of 11 then, and you just get a smaller pitch and there's 5 on one side, 5 on the other, and it's just, it's so much easier. But yeah, we don't have like a professional 5-a-side, but just wherever you go, there'll be a lot of people
And same as basketball, it's 5 on 5,
yeah.
and then you get your bench right there. I think that would it would Americanize it, of course, and people that are faithful to the old football would be like, this is stupid, but the Americans would like it for sure, because they'd be like, you get games like probably like 14-8 and stuff, and it would just be fun. Maybe they'd start like punching each other in the face. That's what we like to do over here. Hey, hockey's still keeping it real. Hockey, like, they fucking punch each other in the face.
Yep. Yeah, but football, like I say, soccer, when we were kids, we'd tackle each other, and sometimes we'd be a bit egregious, and we'd just like jump and double leg and aim, and you'd do it so obviously that your friends would see that you were doing it, so they knew they just had to jump. They'd still give you grief because it's like, well, I had to just leave the ball alone because you're going to break my legs, but you'd have fair warning for it. And when we'd tackle and shoulder each other out the way, and that was fine. Now, if you just do that to a footballer, they'd explode.
You just start crying like hard. But Paladin says, nope, but I'm all good getting hit with the ball. I know, yeah. I saw a report today on TMZ. This is an actual news report. Breaking news, everybody. Get ready. Fasten your fucking seatbelts.
This is breaking news. Go fuck yourself!
So, the breaking news is a young middle schooler, this is TMZ, an actual report, had a girlfriend that broke up with him, so he pelted her with dodgeball balls in gym class or whatever, and there's bruises on her, and they were showing the bruises on TMZ and going like, can you believe this? I can believe it.
Yeah.
What a story. Imagine this is your news now, folks, because we live in idiocracy. We live with a bunch of idiots, and half the people are out of their fucking minds. Nobody knows even what they are anymore or anything. We're all trying to play women's basketball all of a sudden. Listen, I could probably palm a women's basketball. I cannot palm a man's basketball. Plus, I've always thought about this. I'm like, they're kind of cheating. The ball is smaller, but the rim stays the same size. That means they should be hitting more shots. So when a Caitlin Clark is out here hitting threes at half court, I'm thinking to myself, that's like a mid-range jumper in Dr. Huge's world with these big-ass fucking beach balls that you give me with my tiny little hands, my Donald Trump hands. What are you doing? Are you eating?
No, sorry. I'm not eating.
Stop eating. Stop making noise. Not on this show. This show's too professional. Everybody hits the like button.
I didn't eat. Sorry. I apologize. I did not even think the microphone would pick me fidgeting up. Sorry. I didn't think it was that good.
No, it's fine. Back to this Eric Cannon here. I'm not done with you, bro. We got to talk about you and AJ Styles' kid because he's an adult now. He's allowed to be talked about. He's out here fake beating everybody up. So he says, I know that, but this is to Cody Rhodes after Cody Rhodes wrote that eloquent tweet after calling him my friend. I love he gave him my friend to Jimmy Tops, big viewer of the Dr. Huge show. And he's like, you blocked me on Twitter and now you're saying you're not blocking anybody. And he goes, not anymore, my friend. So, Eric Cannon says, I know that both you and AJ have more than paid your dues many times over. I have the utmost respect for you and your opinion. Again, this is a lot of ball washing and dick riding, Eric, if you're a bad guy in the indie scene. But then he says, so I have to ask, don't you think this sets a bad precedent for others breaking in? I understand that we all have different paths, but a free pass? What? And then I'm sure that the comments are going after him, but go ahead.
Does the kid have a history of doing this at other shows, or is this just the first time it's happened?
First time.
So this chap just assumes it's a pattern. I mean, if AJ has never sort of said to him, "Oh yeah, it's maybe good to like help when you go to like these small shows and stuff," that is maybe a bit shitty. But that's on him, I suppose. But if this is just the first bloody time. It's.
I mean, even AEW Defender is out here saying you're just too quick to call him out publicly when he's a nervous kid figuring everything out. At the same time, it was a lesson he was going to learn eventually. I'm just not sure why you put him in this position to learn it the hard way. I don't know. Yeah. Eric Cannon shooting himself meme. Why would Cody Rhodes do this? Yeah, move on with it. Nobody cares anymore, right? Nobody cares who's setting up the ring because we're not setting up the ring. I think it's important.
I mean, I get the frustration though. Like you say, it's if you're working in a job and then someone just comes swanning in and just like starts walking around with a nose in the air and they get all the fancy things, and I get that, but I don't think that's what's necessarily happened here. Not on the first try.
That's right. Better not be AJ Styles Jr. So he writes another thing, this Eric Cannon. The only downside to having an online interaction with someone like AJ Styles is his following, his followers. My notifications are currently filled with quite literally the dumbest, most ignorant segment of pro wrestling fandom. You're correct. You would be correct. Because, everybody out here, they all have to be heard. The wrestling crowds, they must be seen by the cameras and they must be heard by everybody and all the talent, and even walk up to people like Jey Uso, which we'll talk about in a little bit. That's in my little Twitter here. That's going to be a funny one, too. They don't like us. They don't like us adult fans. More on that later. But back to what Eric is saying. Yeah. I mean, just in my little experience, I remember tweeting to Kenny Omega years ago. And, of course, knowing he's not going to answer back to little old Dr. Huge. He's the great Kenny Omega. He was in Sissy Boy Slap Fight. I can't compare to this. So all his fans came out and they let Dr. Huge know, you ain't shit. He doesn't need to talk back to you. And, like, I was looking for a response or whatever. And I laughed it all off because it's just ridiculous. But I could only imagine AJ Styles, who's above Kenny Omega, and then the whole kid angle of this. And, yep, they went after him. They got him, Danny. We got him.
And I'm sure the AJ Styles' presence at that show would have done a positive thing for that promotion as well. So it's just that, considering that guy's been in the business for 20 years, I'm surprised he's that short-sighted. Sorry, fella.
Yeah. I don't think he's that I think he gets it. I think he did it for the clout. Again, Dr. Huge needs to stop having integrity. I have too much integrity. Believe it or not, I'm a stupid idiot, but I do have some integrity, and I don't do things that I know could easily get over because I'm just like, I don't want to. Then I'm just like another F word like Logan Paul or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not one of those. Where am I now? I got to go over here and find stuff.
I don't know.
Okay, so we got more things to look at. Oh my goodness. I'm not going to play the whole thing, YouTube TOS, but bro, no way he farts 5 seconds in. He basically shits his pants. This Eddie Kingston during his promo backstage. Listen closely.
18 months, Rocky and Trent. 18 months I was out. Worst 18 months of my life.
He shit himself right at the 3 second, 4 second mark, 5 second. You like that? Yeah.
God, he's a fucking disgrace. What a fucking disgrace. You've always been a disgrace, Kingston. You've always been a fucking disgrace.
It's the shits.
Actually, no, sorry, I take that back. There was 5 minutes where he came out and it was like, all right, we might be able to push this just average guy, just the same as the other guys in the audience. We might be able to work. And no, he's taking himself too seriously and he thinks he's a fucking tough guy. Fuck off. No. And he's still just a bloody joke. Daniel Bryan nailed it years ago when they first had a little interaction backstage, and Daniel Bryan it was working, but he was just saying how he's insecure and he needs to act like a tough guy, and it's just like there was a lot of truth in that. And Daniel Bryan's eyes sort of like lit up a bit because it's like, nah, he knew he was getting some good ones in there, even though he was just playing along for the camera.
I bet you had I think Eddie Kingston and I may be similar age, even though he looks like he's 10 years, 20 years older than me. But I bet we would get along. It's just, I saw a clip of the match from the past week on AEW. I mean, what can I say?
He's fat!
There's never been not a fucking visible mess or just like, oh wow, you can open hand chop someone 74 times in a row. Go and pick any other schlub from the crowd and they will be able to fucking do that exact same thing. Why are you special? You're not.
He still cuts a hell of a promo.
He's just loud.
That's true. That's half the battle, Danny, is getting the energy up to scream so much. It really is. But if you can be, all these podcasters and live streamers out here, half their gimmick or more than that, their whole gimmick is just screaming sometimes. That's the only way they can be funny. But I get that. But I'm just saying listen, you were fat before, but now it's like you're really fat now. And now you're shitting your pants. Literally a couple seconds into the promo.
Well, we now have proof that you're shitting your pants. You probably were doing it before, to be honest. Look at you. You're a fucking disgrace.
What are the odds it was one of the other guys? Could it have been?
Just play it again. He braces himself. Press
All
play,
right, let's
please.
see. Let's see the body.
I'm sure he braced himself.
Imagine being one of these guys having to smell it for the next fucking minute and a half that he's cutting a promo.
I think he planted his hand or something.
18 months I was out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was him. That was him.
Leaned into it. Yeah.
Out.
It's almost like a guttural one. Like it sounds like when the bubbles up, like in a fish tank or something.
Yeah. That was out.
I can't with this. How has anybody not made a GIF or something out of this? I gotta do this, I guess. I'll post it up. Just the 2 seconds. We don't need this whole minute and a half clip.
No. Oh no, I think as much as I think this is a miss, mate. I think it's a miss. Play it again. I don't think it's his ass.
Watch him move. He
watch his mouth. No, watch his mouth.
Oh, wow. You think it was a burp?
I think he's got
months I was out. Worse.
It
could be.
He's got gum or tobacco or something in his mouth. He went. That's As much as I want to say, look at this. Yeah, but as much as I want to say, look at this absolute mess of a man shitting his pants. I think that was I think he's just like rolling something around in his mouth, like a gum shield or a bit of baccy, chewing tobacco or chewing gum or something.
Oh, we gotta run this back at least a dozen more times. YouTube TOS. This is edited. We are talking over it, and this is totally legal.
18 months I was out.
I don't know. I think that's the ass still. Even though the mouth open, he's talking, he's doing a promo, and maybe he's trying to
hard. Yeah, it is hard to discern between the two, between his ass and his mouth. I
once I was out. Worse.
No, that wasn't coming from his mouth. I can see, and it's almost like he stops, like, oh no, I just shit myself, and then he kicks back into it, right? It's like a split-second thing, but
was out. Worse 18 months.
Yeah, I'm saying it was the shits. Are you gonna go with burp or mouth?
No, he's got something in his gob, like chewing tobacco or maybe chewing gum or something. Maybe I didn't notice it the first time because I was too busy watching his hands because it looked like he'd like braced himself to be like.
He rolled that fart out so it wouldn't like blast the chair and make a squeal sound or something. That's what I think, in my expert opinion. Let's see.
What?
Look at the wiggle.
18 months I was out. What?
Yep. I don't know.
There was a bit of a
Yeah, the hips don't lie. Eddie Kingston. All right, we'll move on. We're done goofing on you for
like a
possibly
duck
shitting.
waggling its tail feathers, just very
Yeah.
just very small bit of one. It's like, oh.
Oh, we got more, Danny. There's a lot of news this week, believe it or not. Some funny stuff. Oh, we can't play the music. How dare you play music? So this says, I was the only person in the Sky Club to recognize Obafemi and Jey Uso. Jay snarled at me when I tried to tell him a story about how I took my kid to see him at WWE Clash in Paris last year. Whatevs. Oba is over. Jay is cold. And Joe and Noah, aka Roman Reigns, is still the OTC. But you, Jey Uso, we don't like you no more. So he filmed him after this encounter. This is a fella that follows me on the Twitter machine called Fade. And yeah, he's very invested. And then Jey Uso, I would say shortly after this, was like, you guys run to the internet the first chance you get. Like, how dare you? You guys are idiots. Gave him the LOLs, like they do. So
I bet they get, yeah. When you're Jey Uso, though, he has been pushed, so it's sort of like, not too much sympathy, but I bet he does get fucking hounded. I bet his interest and how many people stop him in public has just gone up drastically to the point of being like, shit, I can't even go and get like a coffee from somewhere.
G, 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 G.
I agree. He deserves every fucking person to hound him. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, yeah, I don't know why I defended him then. Just everyone go and just tell him. Don't be mean, don't be rude, don't push him or anything, but go and tell him the most boring story you can think of about whatever. Just see how long you can like keep his attention before he's like, oh, I need to go. He deserves it. He wants to be the big star. He wants to be the new Rock, so everyone should recognize him. So, yeah, everyone should go and tell him a lovely story.
I don't want to hear stories from loved ones, never mind strangers. I can only imagine Jey Uso's like, this is 1,000 person that's come up to me today and wants to tell me all about, I brought my kid to see you. And he's like, I don't give a fuck.
No.
Who gives a shit?
He likes it, really. He likes it, really. Everyone should go and tell him stories about the kids. He loves it. Jey Uso loves it when you do that.
Maybe if you look like Jada Parker, that's about it.
G, 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 G.
That's right, Jey Uso. You go get him. So, yeah, I mean, of course, this is another CM Punk deal when he deals with the audience, or AJ Styles thing that we just talked about. Nobody's going to side with the person that is the one that is lower in the hierarchy of celebrity. They're always going to side with the celebrities over the plebs out here that complain and things, even though they may be wrong. Like in this position, would I ever go up to a wrestler in person and be like, well, let me tell you a story about this? And that they don't get, again, listen, adult wrestling fans, if you haven't heard, if you don't know, let me learn you something. They don't like you. They don't like me. They don't like Danny. They don't like the people watching the show right now or listening. They don't like any of you motherfuckers. They like the people that will show up for the meet and greets for under 5 seconds, and they'll like your kids here and there. No Diddy. And that's it. So if you're over the age of 15 pretty much, and you're like, I'm going to go meet my favorite wrestler, and I'm going to tell him all the stories about how I like him and how I seen him here and there, they don't give a shit. It's like a bad Santa type of situation. Sal's going to go flying. He's going to go, get this fucking kid away from me. Get away from me. I'm on my fucking lunch break.
Walk to the merch stand, empty your wallet, and then fuck off home. That's what they want. That's what they want.
G, G,
Don't forget to eat. If I seen Jey Uso in person, you know what I would do? I would maybe even interact with him, but not in the story way. I'm going to walk up to him and ask questions, tell him things, whatever. I'm just going to walk by him and I'm going to go, as I'm walking down a hallway. So he knows, everybody else knows that I know that I just blew your cover. And then all the other goofballs will come annoy you. And then you would be like, that motherfucker yeeted so many times in public and nobody even knew I was here. And then I do the Obafemi walk towards Obafemi while I'm eating. Because you don't get to get away. Why do you get to get away? I know your gimmick. I do the Obafemi walk and then I'd start eating. But I'd keep it moving. I'm not going to stop and tell you stories. That's for damn sure.
I'd be like, oh my God, it's Jimmy Uso. And he's like, no, I'm not Jimmy Uso. Oh my God, it's Solo Sikoa. I'd be like, no, I'm not Solo. And then I'd just start, oh my God, it's Alpha. It's Seeker. I just, everyone but him. That's what I'd do if I saw him.
Yeah, and then he'd super kick you.
No, he wouldn't.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
It'd be like that far away from me. I wouldn't have to move. I don't think he knows how. And you'd see his hand coming up to slap the leg, and yeah.
Oh my God, how about this story? Where did this guy come from? Thank you, New Jersey Ranger, for reposting it. But this guy's like in some sort of a documentary. He's talking to Chris Hansen out here. Have you ever heard of EDP 445? I have, only very little. So he's a YouTuber who apparently was trying to mack at the kids and stuff online. Got caught for it, lost his channel, whole thing. I think he got caught by one of those big PDF catcher groups. You know, the big chubby redheaded guy that looks like he dresses like a 12-year-old with the mesh shorts and like a dirty t-shirt. What is his? Alex Rosen, I think his name is. But anyway.
Oh, yeah.
He's the one that, like, I think initially caught him.
Right. Yeah. I'm familiar with Rosen. I know what you mean.
So now this guy.
But I don't know this guy, no.
I don't know why he's been given a platform. He's been given lists of people he loves. There was one earlier today. They're like, who would you like to? I can't even say these things. He's doing full-blown clips out here of like, here's a list of people I would like to get rid of in real life. And he's going through all these people. But here's his list of real N-words.
On all these motherfuckers, you know, people who I would kill, burn, torture, stab. I want to introduce you guys to the real fucking gangsters of the fucking internet. You know what I mean? First up, we got Andrew Tate. He likes to.
All right, first up, Andrew Tate. You an Andrew Tate guy? You like Andrew Tate? What's going on with him? You know, he's in a lot of trouble lately.
Yeah, and I think there are like shitty charges that probably aren't really legit, but there's a lot of stuff that he does do that isn't great, that is admitted to. So yeah, I'm not rushing to defend him, but I will definitely acknowledge that he has just had more shit thrown at him than he's actually done because they don't like him because
things are more nuanced than what the internet tells everybody, where it's like bad guy and this good guy.
To answer your question about why this guy's been given a platform, before you press any more, it looks like he's just come to. If he associates himself with these people, then everyone's going to go, oh, that means all these people are nonsense like he is. That's, to me, that just before, I might be wrong. It might prove me wrong as we get through this, but just the initial showing Tate, showing Trump's name, and for some reason Rogan, I don't know why they've decided to turn against him, but there's even more names on this. But I think they're just trying to put that idea in your head and leave you to make that assumption.
Preach about men and women not being equal because they're not fucking equal. Next up, we got my motherfucking main bitch, Donald fucking Trump. We got my man, Joe Rogan. This guy's a fucking beast, man. I love this bald-headed ass bitch, you know what I mean?
See, and as Easy pointed out earlier, I'm better. I'm a better bald-headed bitch than Joe Rogan is. Way better.
We got Fresh and Fit in his podcast. He's always shitting on fucking women. Yeah, it's fucking, I love it.
I don't love. Here's another. I've seen many clips of the Fresh and Fit. All these, see what I'm saying? All these guys that he's been pointing out, they glow like a motherfucker. They feel like they are full blown feds to Dr. Huge. And I think a lot of them are literally like, yeah, I am. You know, like they'll kind of almost tell you without telling you, especially these two guys. Well, especially the guy on the left. But, you know, I get it. This is where the Andrew Wilson stuff come from, which we'll probably talk about in a minute. I'm sure those videos will start popping up. If you need to leave at any time, you know how we do around here.
Oh, good. Cheers.
But is it me, or do these guys feel like federales? Do you have any sense of that?
I've seen very little, but they do seem, even if not directly fed, just put there intentionally as a little plan. It doesn't seem very natural or organic to me.
Right.
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, it's just they're too big and too popular, and are so. So you mean to tell me, as somebody that's been around in the podcasting world and things for a while, not saying I'm as big as any of these platforms. I mean, how could I? I mean, whatever. But even though I rock a mic way better than they do, but they can get ladies in at the clip that they do. When Dr. Huge knows all these women are so flaky, how the fuck? What do you got, handlers for them and actually help them get in here? You got them grabbing them by the hair, barbarian style, or, you know, caveman style, and just dragging them. How did you get them there, other than all the money you're probably throwing at them?
A line of white powder just leading into the studio,
right,
onto the table. So they sit there, and it's like, oh, I'm on a podcast.
That alone makes me go, there are some power players behind this that are a lot more connected. Because to me, the underworld and the politics world, if we want to call it that, is pretty much the same thing these days.
Yeah.
So I'll let him finish with his list. This was his top 4 so far. Crazy.
Bitch. Andrew Tate's brother, so yeah, you already fucked. That's enough said. On to my motherfucking main nigga, Ben Shapiro.
No, he didn't do Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, dude. Like, again, you called it. This is a work. This is him trying to dunk on a collective that of people that everybody already doesn't like, and it's putting his stank on it. Yep.
Listen to him, and you'll be great in life. Sneeko, guy is cool as fuck.
Oh,
Sneeko,
no, not him either. And see what I just did there? Ben Shapiro on one side of the spectrum, Sneeko on another side, supposedly, right? I know Sneeko was like a modeling shit. He's in the... How does he get his numbers? He's smarter and more handsome than Dr. Huge. I should be modeling.
Watching this shit, come on out to Vegas, man. I'll treat you to some fucking tacos. Next up, we got Pearl Davis. Love this hoe because she shits on women and she is a fucking woman. You know what I mean?
All right, see, listen. Dr. Huge ain't like a huge fan of women. I don't know if you've noticed that, Danny, over the years. Like, I'm not gay or nothing. Not anymore, anyway.
I'm not gay no more.
But, you know, the famous quote is, you either understand women, you either love women or you understand them. You can't do both. I'm one of those. I understand them. This guy actually just doesn't. He hates them. And which all, like, look at him. How is that? You expect women to love that? You look like Humpty. Yeah. You look like a black Humpty Dumpty, motherfucker. And you're talking to kids. Trying to. You're talking to Chris Hansen.
He looks like he's trying to smuggle a couple of kids out in under his shirt and pants. That's looking right. He's not actually that fat. That's what I'm saying. He's just stuffed some kids in there, and he's just like, there we go.
Look at this body shape, everybody. Yeah. You fucking
egg on legs. Yeah.
And he's gonna trash women who are hot. I don't even care if they're stupid and obnoxious and evil people. Look at you. You talk to kids and you look like this, and you expect women to like you. So, got it. Which leads me into this whole Andrew Wilson stuff. I'm sure it's going to show up. Well, first, we got to look at this. Did you see this week?
No.
This lady was, she's got a podcast, I guess. She's like the podcast in chief or something. Standing next to Trump, and she looks animatronic. And that's what everybody's talking about. And then secondly, another woman come out here looking like an alien in a skin suit. And I may have that video as well, but let's look at this one video here. Is this
How they want the
animatronics?
vaccines.
Could it be? We're watching right now, podcast people. She's shaking her head up and down.
Since the measles vaccine is important if we want to take control of the measles outbreak. But at the same time, we shouldn't be keeping kids out of school because they have made different decisions than other parents. Our European colleagues don't do that. A lot of the collapse in trust in public
Donald is sitting right there. That's the edge of his seat.
Mandates that we've seen imposed during the Biden administration on the COVID vaccine and so many other things.
She didn't know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't think she knows what to do with herself. Because she's just like agreeing, but then she's also just like turning, and it's like, do I need to look at these people over here? Do I look at these people there? She doesn't.
So she might
looks
be
a bit
fake.
awkward, but
I'm just saying.
Bring out the fembots. The fembots have been out for a while. I say a lot of these influencers, a lot of these lasses on like influencers. A lot of these lasses that like play video games on different platforms that are just like in the bikinis in the fucking swimming pool. I'm just like, I'm pretty sure most of you are fembots. I'm sure that's what you are. If you start getting bloody pistols coming out your nipples and start firing bullets, then we'll know. But when they produce fembots and send them out, we're fucked. Just how many blokes you know that just fucking goon and just send lasses money over the internet that they're never going to meet, but they've got this fantasy that they're going to. But if they started sending bots round and knocking on the door and like, hi stranger, are you going to let me in? And it's like, oh hell yeah, open the door and I've just been strangled by a fembot. Just like a large percentage of us will just fall for it every fucking time and be like, nice when a bird's come to sort me out, and it's like, yeah, she has, but not how you want.
Yep, I've been telling you, I've been writing an AI story. Well, it's kind of like a comic book, but it has to do with the future, and it would be like, it's my theory or my storyline is it will be post like AI, so we'll get over that, but it will still be in use in a certain way in a certain world. But one of the main villains to start, who will eventually be a good guy, is a sex bot that is used as an assassin for people.
I thought you were about to describe. Fuck, I forgot what film it is. Jude Law's a bloody he's a gigolo bot, isn't he?
Oh, in what movie?
It's the one with Haley Joel Osment.
AI.
AI.
Literally called AI, yeah.
I had iRobot in my head, and I'm like, I knew it wasn't that, but my brain wouldn't pull it away from iRobot. And I'm like, it's not that.
I'll never forget that movie, just because, not because I saw it. I did actually see it in theaters, and I was too young. I was like, I don't know, teenager at the time, so it was like way over my head. But I remember working at a rental store when it came out, and there was a whole wall, just all AI, that movie. Like and it was a long, long wall. I was amazed by how many copies they picked up. Like, holy shit. They really wanted to push that movie out there, and they did, but remember at the end, Manhattan was all underwater, and then you had the weird aliens that were like...
Yeah, which wasn't in the book. The aliens weren't in the book.
No?
No.
You read the book?
A long time ago, yeah. But if someone in the chat or if anyone else, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure the book ends, the car goes in the water, you've got the headlights shining on the angelic, the mothering figure. You know, it represents motherhood and the mum that the child's been looking for. Because that's basically
you
what
can't bring back the mother and stuff like that. Is that in the book too? Yeah.
Yeah, but the ending was him just looking at the statue with the headlights until like he ran out of power or whatever, and that was the ending. And then Spielberg's just like, let's have aliens show up because that's my fucking gimmick, and people just keep paying to come and see my fucking dog shit. But because it's a familiar name, they just keep doing it, and nobody's stopped me yet. And yeah.
In the meantime, it has nothing to really do with aliens. It's just, he might eat kids. Maybe it has something more to do with that. And this is like trying to throw people off the scent again. Oh, no, it's aliens. Got it. But here's another story. I'm watching my traders, my trash reality TV after I fucking give myself a lobotomy, right? And eat Taco Bell. I started watching season 2, and look who's on it. We got Gail Kim on season 2 of Canada version of the Traders. Because I watch them all. I don't care what country you're in. I'm even watching fucking New Zealand Traders. It's amazing stuff. They better put me on that show someday. They were supposed to go back and give the American version back to the normal people. I think I missed out on that because they're already promoting it. I'm like, shit. I'm a normal person, kinda. So, I mean, I can spoil this for everybody watching. Nobody cares. Nobody's gonna watch it. There's a lady on there that's a trader. Eventually gets her out. She made it pretty far though, but boy, she a huge C. And this trader lady, they like really helped her from the start of the game to the finish. And what I mean is her brother was in the game as a faithful, which definitely helps you if you're a trader. You know they're talking to each other. And they were just being a trader to begin with gives you a leg up on everybody else because you're the one guiding the game. So what I've noticed is there's a lot of you-know-who's in these traders series, no matter what country or anything you're looking at, and they generally give the trader spots at the top to the you-know-who's. And I'm not saying, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am because I watched them all. So and I know who wins, and I see how they LeBron James it for them. Just something. I could be wrong again, but I think that there's something going on with that. They definitely try to get this chick to get a leg up on everybody else, even her own fellow traders, but she didn't win. Good Guys won, which was another trader. But anyway.
Gail Kim's still looking good, though.
I mean, yeah, that's no Fenbot right there. That's for sure. It's a real one. Uh-oh, all 4 are women or none of them are. Listen, all my likes, these aren't their opinions. These are just bookmarks. Just bookmarking all these things.
I can't tell which is which YouTube. They're all so convincing. Yeah.
And then look at this. Easy, if you're still in the house, he went and bought a bunch of comic books from Dr. Huge last Friday. I did a Whatnot show last night, Danny, and it's full-blown pay-for-play now. They want like a minimum of $25 just to send traffic to your show. So last night, it was me and Heel Easy sitting there, going through books, and like I'm like an hour and 15 in, and I'm like, wow. Nobody's coming through tonight because I didn't do a promotion. And then when I shut the stream off, the first thing it says to me is, would you like to promote some stuff? You might want to promote. It will get you people to see your show. And I'm like, I already do a show. So now I have to pay money. So let me get this straight. I pay for these comic books, right? Then I bag and board them, which costs money. Then I put them into cardboard boxes, like Gemini boxes, which are $1 a piece. And then I use packing tape. And then I have to buy a printer and the stuff to scan out for the sticker to put on there. All of that costs money. And then I send it out. Sometimes they'll go, oh, you owe a little extra. It was heavier than you said it was. Or whatever, by 0.1 ounces. And then at the end of the day, they want me to pay to promote the show on top of it as if I'm selling like $100 comic after $100 comic. I'm not. I'm selling like $2 to $30 comics. And that makes 0 sense to me to sit there for 3 hours with 1 or 2 viewers. And I might get 10 viewers. It doesn't mean they're going to pay for anything. So I'm going to be like out $100 just to do a show. Just right out the gates. I was going to mention that because it's ridiculous.
As a quick side note, I know she had some Bloodshot there. They've just done a Street Fighter and Bloodshot crossover
really?
comic. Yeah, the front cover's got the Bloodshot guy and Cammy. And Cammy's outfit is so narrow on this cover thing.
like
Seriously,
that.
like 30% of the cover is her camel toe. So I think that's seriously at least 30% of the fucking front cover of that Street Fighter Bloodshot crossover is Cammy's camel toe. So check that out. I think that's the A cover.
Whose thighs are better, Cammy's or
Chun-Li?
Chun-Li?
I think Chun-Li's thighs. Yeah.
Pretty good. They're all pretty good. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a wrong answer.
It's like, yeah. It's like, do you want me to beat you to death with the left boob or the right boob? It's like, I really don't mind. Just, why not both?
And then, of course, this is a genius post from Dr. Huge on my Instagram. Over 25,000 interactions and likes and things on this post a year ago or so. But I think I got it right. Condom head Cyclops is better than hair out. Modern Rogue better than the original Rogue, which is, what is that? That looks like a little kid's outfit. Storm in the black costume with the long hair opposed to the white costume.
Oh, yeah, all day. All fucking day.
Jean Grey's how about the 1950s Jean Grey? I think the modern day Team X-Men Jean Grey, that's way better than the 50s version. That doesn't even look right.
No, but it was meant to be like, well, that's the Phoenix, but when they sort of like cover her up, she's meant to do that whole glam up sort of moment where it's like, oh, underneath that stuffy uniform, she's actually quite hot. Whereas some of them are just, I'm hot to start with. And that's, you know what I mean? That's part of their character.
So you would pick this. This looks like it's out of the 60s.
No, I do like that design, but I'm saying I like the one above because of that, because it compresses, it hides, it gives that bit of mystery. And then when it's like, oh, she's let her hair down and she's like not wearing a stuffy work outfit. Do you know what I mean? It's you see that contrast.
And of course, the Wolverine. I mean, this is all day. The burn Wolverine with the brown and the yellow that fought the Hulk. That's Wolverine. This one with the blue everywhere. It's like, why do you want people to see you?
Right? I don't mind the blue one.
So
I don't like which Rogue is neither of those Rogues are the Rogue I remember from the original
this
series.
Is the Rogue I remember with she got the yellow like jumpsuit, but she wears a green like jacket.
Oh yeah. It's the same. It's the same design. It's the same color scheme, but that's not like the original design from like the animated.
Her original one, when she starts showing up, she's like it's this all green, almost like a fucking looks like pajamas.
Yeah, just
silly.
the style. Yeah, the style of the yellow and green one isn't what I remember, but the color scheme is. But yeah, her stuff in the original comic was the best.
What do you think? Scott Summers, his hair gonna be out 90s bro style? Or I like condom head Cyclops. That's my Cyclops.
For the leader of the X-Men, yeah, condom head.
Yes. Right. So we agree on all of them, right? The Wolverine.
I don't mind
over the brown.
I don't mind the blue. You see, I don't mind the blue, the yellow and blue, because it's the antithesis, is the opposite of Cyclops. Because look, Cyclops is blue with a bit of yellow, whereas Wolverine's yellow with a bit of blue. I always saw that sort of like parallel between them.
What's going on, Coach in the building? Look at you. I was like, where's Coach been? Where's HVAC? Where's Coach? Where's William Robinson? But some of them have shown up today. Oh, here's the woman that is an alien in a human's body. We must diagnose this whole thing. So she's walking in with an empty clipboard. I don't know if you saw that up here. It's empty.
Yeah.
First day in a human body, apparently, it says. And you know what? If you watch the video, that's what it looks like.
Administrator, we have some questions for you here at TikTok. What's going on, Mac? First of all, are you in the cabinet?
No music. Are you in the cabinet? I actually am. Had an incredible conversation with the president on the phone. Administrator, he texted me and said, actually, you're going to be in the cabinet. That's really a big deal. Is this an alien? Is this a robot? What is this actually a woman?
Right. She's very tall. I don't think she wears heels very often. This could be the first time, or it could be the first time she's worn those heels, or it could be the first time she's been out to lunch and had 3 drinks instead of 2 and worn those heels. But yeah, she's definitely like Bambi on ice, isn't she?
I'm not, listen, I'm not out here talking about people's looks crazy like this. Look at me, right? But look at this neck, bro. What is going on here? Is this Men in Black? Is this like one of the squid people or whatever that are like slurping and sloppy all over, and then they find a body and they crawl into it and it just like kind of contorts into this? I'm starting to think so. Let's watch her walk a little more before we really nail this down. She's walking.
Come on, giraffe lady.
Clipboard. Yeah, get her out of the heels. Like, listen,
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark is smart enough to wear flats, and she's the butterface of the league. So
Butterface.
right, she gets it, man. Anyway,
But she's got this. This lady's got this big important job now, where she gets to carry around the empty clipboard. So
Yeah.
part of being a big important boss lady is to wear those high heels, even if she's already like 6'7" and really doesn't need them, and she's never worn them before, or they're size too small or big. They look pretty in the pictures, so she needed
she's
them.
carrying around the Epstein files. You just gotta love how everything is so performative. Nobody can be real. Like this isn't an entertainment job. Why are you holding empty
A
folders?
prop. Yeah.
Wearing high heels when you know you don't. You should be walking around without shoes on, period. You just like all the backstage ladies that talk to the wrestlers do to make them look taller.
Should be at a safari park eating hay with the other giraffes.
Yes. Very long neck. Built like Tom Brady or some shit. So look at this. I believe this to be the case. I'm not saying it is the case, but Trump had a little incident with his Air Force One. The word is, and you know me and all these words that they tell me, I don't believe anything they say, but they said that Trump was told by you know who's that his plane was going to be hit by guys in fucking sweatpants and flip-flops on the ground, and he went, wait, what? And then went on to another plane and then let his staff and the media and all the other people go on Air Force One that was supposed to be possibly shot at. And I heard she was stepping down around this time last week. The Caroline Leavitt is her name? Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, it makes sense to me why she would. It seemed very sudden. Oh, she's stepping down, and then I put 2 and 2 together before I saw this story even, and I'm like, oh, she's probably. I would be mad too. You mean to find out that you thought Air Force One was going to be hit with bombs or something or rockets, and you let us go on there, and you went on another thing? What?
Yeah.
Get me out of here.
She's just had a second kid as well in May, so she would have probably been thinking that anyway. But then to find out, oh yeah, I nearly got on that plane, and then I'd have just been blown up, and kids would have no more mum anymore. So I get that, but even before that, the statement I saw was just a saying about like, yeah, I had another one in May, and I can't find the time to do this and to do that, so I'm going to step aside, and I'm going to be a mum first and foremost, and I can't do this anymore. And if only there weren't like a system in place before that would advise us against throwing most of our lives into a career instead of families. But nobody ever sort of like said this before, did they? Nobody ever said, ladies, maybe you do this bit, we do that bit, and we work together as a team. No, for the past like 15 years now, you've been beating us over the head that you're allowed to do everything you want. You get a really high profile job where you're like the second income, or not set what you, the right hand gal of the bloody president, and then you turn around and go, fiddle-dee-dee, I don't have time to look after my 2 children. It's like, no fucking shit. We've been telling you this. Jesus. I mean, at least she's admitted it and she hasn't just kept steaming along with it, but they're acting like she's discovered the fucking wheel.
Yep, and she's telling everybody else, come on, Gen Zers, go out there, get married, have a bunch of kids, and they're like, a house in America, Danny. If you want just a regular, not a huge mansion, just a house, 600 grand, like minimum. That's minimum.
Nationwide, or is that just your area?
It's definitely my area, but I would have to say nationwide at this point.
I thought I'd seen 300 or 400 grand as the national average.
I'm
but
sure because everybody's fleeing.
Don't quote me on that.
My state is also 5th in people leaving it, so that goes to show you. It's like California, New York. Where else are they fleeing? New Jersey. There's another one, and then there's Massachusetts, and we're 5. And I'm like, yeah, we made the list because we're called Taxachusetts. There's no nightlife. It's for it being like the first state ever in the fucking country, right? It's we're like locked down probably the hardest because of that reason. I think it feels that way anyway. It's a very strange state. A lot of Indian burial grounds, a lot of, haunted areas, a lot of history, though, too. You go into the city, our city's like the streets, some of them are still like the size of only micro machines can drive around the city, really. So there's always traffic. It's like old time England, probably. That's how I've always seen it. And we would go in there for field trips back when we were like little kids. And then you'd go in there when you're in their teenage years, adults, to go to shows and things. And you're just like, wow, this place is fucking old. Like everything looks so old. Which, have you ever heard those conspiracies about like a lot of the state buildings and stuff were actually always here? And they were like built upon. And that's why all the buildings seem much older than they are. But I don't really go by that. I think it's just people have gotten so dumb in the past 100 years that it's like mind blowing that they actually see like normal architecture out there.
I mean, but you do have that railroad underground, don't you? And there's that river of Pinkus as well. So I can see why they'd believe that. So I saw that on TV once.
But it's like you look at
Sorry,
back at, like, I don't know. I'm just
Ghostbusters 2, mate. You missed it. Sorry.
Yes, I do get it now. I was like, wait, I'm like, you know what? I'm not even going to speak on it because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But Ghostbusters 2, I know all about that. So I'm named after one of the Ghostbusters. Don't dox me. Okay.
Yeah.
Very English.
I know you're a fan. That's why I dangled that one in front of you.
Yep. No, that's New York City, though. That's in New York. Yeah, they got the pink goo over there. That's why they act the way they do. Because they're all angry from the pink goo, apparently.
Sorry, we just won an award over it. Well, not an award, but we had a stat come out in the last year. It's 75,000 rapes in the country.
75 grapes? No, grapes.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
YouTube
with a T. Great things. So it's my English accent. YouTube. My T's are a little soft, but great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 75,000 great things happened, which is up 4% from last year, and we are the great thing of Europe capital, I believe. Now we're at the top of that leaderboard. Yay! We're not doing anything to reduce it. The opposite, actually. We're now saying other villages that don't have any of these people now need to take their fair share, and we're getting like villages with like 350 people, and we're dumping like 1,200 lads in a military base, in a disused military base in like a village, and it's like, this is going to end well.
You know what I've always thought? You guys are being primed for a takeover. And it's not by who you think it is by, but it is. Well, I know but and probably a lot of other people, but the focus is on
the mercenaries that have been sent. Yeah, the mercenaries that have been sent over. Yeah,
right.
I get what you're saying. not those who have
I don't like it
told them
either.
to come
I
up.
don't like. I'm telling
No.
you, I don't. I get why everybody is. Trust me, we've gotten a taste of it over here too, and it will eventually fully
yeah.
come over here.
I've seen more and more stories pop up recently where it's like, yeah, you've got a mayor that's of that belief, or you've got a councillor that's the first in that town, and they're like, oh my god, it's the first ever time we've had someone like this from this background. Yay! And it's yeah, you're an idiot.
But Dr. Hughes, I'm a little ahead of the curve on a lot of this stuff. Always have been, and it's because I just ask questions. How does this happen? Right? All you gotta so how does this happen? Who's letting this happen? Right? And then you start to figure out where the money's coming from and all these things, and you go, oh, okay, I got it. And then you learn that you can't even speak out against these people because they run everything, and you're just like, well, okay. And then I can't talk about these people on this side because of the blue cult. I can't talk about these people on this side because of the red cult. Who can I speak about? I guess everything's just my fault and Danny's fault over there, and the people that have just was born here naturally. It's our fault.
Everyone's got a magic word now, some ist or phobe or whatever, and it's just whatever, however you play it, it's just they've all been overused now, and I know I'm sick. I don't care if you can call me whatever the fuck you want. Like we said at the beginning of this, I know how I feel inside, and it's very, very easy to be able to have friends and accept people from different countries and cultures over here when everyone was playing ball and they were trying to get along and integrate. There's a difference between that and seeing what we're seeing now, and there's plenty of people that that's how they feel, and for so long they have just been like, I'm not saying anything because people will just be like, racist, but now people are just like, I don't give a fuck, just this needs to happen, they don't need to be here, call me what you want, we'll be on feelings now, sorry. There's an increased number of people like that, and yeah, we are sitting back at the minute, and it doesn't look like we're reacting, but once you push us so far, it's like, oh shit, we didn't think there was a breaking point with them, but we will just be polite. We'll invite someone in for tea. They'll come and have a cuppa. They'll walk in with dog shit on the shoes, and they won't take them off. And we'll be like, all right, we'll let that one slide. But once we do go, right, that's enough now. Look in history, people have fucking regretted it.
Yep. And I mean, a lot of the same stuff that goes over there, it seems more prevalent there in Europe, but that stuff just again, I'm in a state where everybody's trying to get out. So there's stories all the time about people being essayed and raped, and this happened to them, from people that aren't from here, from people that are here. It's like, that's the thing with me. It's like, we already have enough problems with our crazy people that we have here. We don't need any more. But so it's always like, why are you asking for more problems? And then you realize that they want to create, I mean, really, at the bottom line of this is they want to create a new world order. And not the cool kind with Hulk Hogan and Kevin Nash and Scott Hall. The stupid kind with, people that run corporations and tech and, the people behind the scenes of, because the president doesn't mean shit. If you guys still think voting and presidents and prime ministers and all this stuff means anything, it doesn't. And
mate, we just had a fucking new prime minister installed. Our previous one quit. Our other one was an MP somewhere else, or a mayor somewhere else. He resigned that role despite being voted to be put in that position by the public, right? He resigned that role, moved to a different fucking area where he could get voted in to make sure he was a proper MP, because once he was an MP, he could then vie for being the PM. Nobody fucking voted for him to be the Prime Minister. And there he is. He's turned up and he's just fucking barking orders. We all got a text message last night. Not even, I don't know if you've got like the different government alerts on your phones, but they basically send like a siren text message to everybody's phone last night at like 7 p.m, I think it was, warning us about the wildfires. And it's like, who the fuck do you think you are, texting everybody with just like this dog shit? Because now everyone's gone into the settings and just turned severe warnings off. So it's like, great. Now when there is a reason for us to need to be warned about something, we don't fucking listen. We don't care because we've turned the setting off, because you've cried wolf and you've abused that power. You're a set of cunts. You continue to abuse power. You won't look in the mirror and put your hand up and accept responsibility. And then people just complain and we just get a new guy airlifted in. And that's it. We've just eat it. You'll be fed shit and told to fucking learn to love the taste.
Yeah, well...
So, sorry, mate, that was a very long way round of saying you don't have to convince me that it doesn't matter. Because, yeah, evidently it doesn't.
And even over here, just recently, they're saying on the Democratic news, like the blue, let's call it the blue team news stations, they're like letting everybody know, oh, yeah, we do rig elections. Like, we don't know already. Of course they do. So don't the right. But the blue team, they admitted it. Shut up, Braun Breaker. Barking. It's Braun Breaker. Ever since
Is that really your dog's name, Braun Breaker?
Yeah, I call him that sometimes. It's his nickname.
Right. But it's not his proper name.
No.
No, fair enough.
He's a little older than Braun Breaker, technically. Yeah. And you want him to stop coming. Aren't you Mexican, Paladin? You're Mexican or you're Central American. You're not allowed. That's racist. I think you're racist now. How about that? Latinos, racist, white people.
I think if it was just
people.
Mexicans, I don't think that many people would be as bothered if it was just Mexicans.
Mm-hmm. No,
do you know what I mean? If that was, yeah. But if you could look at all of the immigrants there, if all the illegals there that are from everywhere else, and could swap them so they were just all one nationality, and you all had to take a vote. I think most people in America would be like, you know what? Yeah, if we have to have a lot of one type of people from somewhere else, we'll go with the Mexicans. That's fine. I think they've, got used to them. They've started, when a lot of them come over and do integrate. And
Mexicans are cool, man. In my opinion, in my expert opinion, Mexicans are some of the coolest Americans we got, and Puerto Ricans, Cubans. Listen, I like all the Latinos except for the ones that rob me or stab me in the head. And
Has that happened often?
Yeah, they like stabbing in the head for some reason, specifically, like it's The Walking Dead. But yeah, I mean, I think they get it too. A lot of them get it. They get the humor, they get the funniness of all this stuff too, because they're not your typical white cornbread type Americans. And there's a lot of white cornbread Southern type Americans that get it too. And believe it or not, I get along with them a little more than I do the liberal gay types.
More
like, because they want us to be like conquered. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I get that we're all it's a melting pot in here and things, and it's cool, and I like that. I'm very 80s action movie driven. That's how I grew up, watching blacks and Asians and Latinos and white people work together to like kill the aliens and stuff. And that's like where I'm at, where a lot of the white liberal types are very much like, no, let's like get rid of ourselves. And I'm like, no, why would you want to get rid of your own group and put one of the other groups over? We're all killing the aliens, right? Not the illegal aliens. I'm saying like space aliens and stuff. Like Danny Glover in part 2 of Predator, and then you go and watch part 1 of the Predator, and you still got the Native American and the black guy that shaves himself in the middle of the jungle. How do you not have a bunch of fucking razor bumps? And, Schwarzenegger, who's clearly not American, and all the rest. It's like, but they're working together to kill the fucking lobster from space.
Just, the greater threat. But we don't have a greater threat. And I'm not saying we need to release a predator on the planet so we have a greater threat to band together with, but it's just that saying of like, easy times make weak men, and like hard men make easy times, and it just goes in that cycle, doesn't it? So we're at the time now where it's like we could just chill, we've got nothing to worry about, and our minds start wandering and being like, oh, let's just start inventing genders. for university courses, and we don't just need to use university for important stuff like doctors and solicitors. We'll just use it as an excuse to get everybody a degree that they don't need. And
yep, and good times create white liberal women, right? I think that's the meme, right? I mean, they really are the bane of existence, right?
Right. It's bitterness. Bitterness creates white liberal women. Bitterness and envy. They're the things that really get them going. But it's to try and look noble, but it's infantilizing people. It's just like, oh yeah, we've been really mean to you in the past. My dad's dad was really mean to your dad's dad. So I'm gonna lay down on the mud and I'm gonna save you. You can walk over me, and it's just. It's grim. It's fucking disgusting.
Remember they were kissing the Hebrew Israelites' feet over here a few years ago, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, what are you doing? Like, it was mind blowing. But anyway, I've had Candace Owens on the screen for like a half hour. I might as well let her speak. I guess.
I was going to say that look as well. Caption that. What has she been thinking all this time? Just like you're not gonna put that. Well, yeah.
She's just taking it all in, you know.
Yeah. Sorry, man. It's like, it's 11:15 here, so I'm a bit.
I'll give you this last one, and we'll wrap this thing up.
Oh, we don't. I'm not rushing you. We don't have to rush. I'm just getting a bit warm. I might need to go.
Let's get pumped up. We got 3 more hours. Share this. Hit the like button. And subscribe to the show, of course. I need the watch hours, Danny, so we're going long.
Oh, that's fine. If you've been serious,
huh?
Like you're gonna go for? Are you being serious? You're gonna go for like another hour or so,
maybe,
if not more. Right? Can
maybe.
I just have 5 minutes to go and smoke and make another drink?
So let's take a break then.
Cool.
And we'll come back. We'll talk about the Candace Owens stuff, and I still have a few things to go over. Everybody, in the meantime, you also go pee. And tell everybody that the show's going on. I'll be back, and Danny will be back. 5 minutes. Full 5 minutes this time. See you in a moment.
Hey, pull
it did it automatically. They're changing things on me over here. I was going to wait a little longer, so. What? It does. We're doing it. No need to rush back, Danny. We got to get these people to share the show first. All 4 of the bots that are watching on the YouTubes. Hold on, let me share this again. Got to pay to play, right? Whatnot, YouTube, social media now. Oh, you want people to see what you're doing? Pay up. Let me like some things. I like that. I like this. I like that. Yeah, we're going to talk about this Candace Owens, though. I know everybody's been shitting on her the past months. People in my personal life. Danny over here, even. I tried to tell everybody. Remember, I see through a lot of this. I know I'm a stupid idiot, but I see through works. And she may be working, this Candace Owens, right? She may be grifting pretty good, pretty hard, but it doesn't mean that the way she's going about it necessarily, and gathering the information, if she's going to hold on the information for her own shows, that's smart, right, Joe Rogan? That's what you want to do. You don't want to be a normal person out here and give up all the goods to these people that aren't going to actually do the work and get the information to disseminate it to the masses, which is what everybody else wants to do, apparently, and then put them in their AI models and then send Dr. Huge emails and say, we could steal your show and your likeness, basically your voice, and Danny Damage's voice, and whoever you talk to in your conversations, and then we're going to take it and we're going to turn it into a product for what we want to do. But we'll come to you first. We'll pay you maybe a couple double points. Is there double points in math? 0.00003 cents, per podcast and things. So how about no? I say no to everything. I'm not writing my name in blood on any contracts for anybody in Hollywood, the music business, or in this new AI business. No, you're not allowed. How about this? I'm saying it right now, live on the air as a real person and not a robot. I don't want anybody taking my face, my background, my music, anything that this guy right here is making. You're not allowed to take any of it. Okay? That's
sorry,
right.
I'm back.
That's all right. I'm just doing a little monologue here. It's fine.
Yeah, sorry. The cats needed feeding.
I know that 5 minutes went by fast, right? Is the Hadron Collider like hitting or something? Do you know it's August already in the year 2026?
It's fucking nuts. It goes so fast as you get older. But yeah, sorry. Yeah, I figured it's best to feed the cats now because otherwise they're just going to both be yowling like fucking 5 minutes. I'm going to have to do it anyway. And one of them had done a shit in the tray and I could smell it and I was just going to be able to smell it for the next fucking however long. So yeah, we'll sort that out.
No, it's good. You don't want that cat shit, hallucinations happening over there or whatever when you inhale too much cat shit. I've heard.
Yeah, they used to go outside and do it, but I mean, they're both 15 now, so they're still pretty active. They do go outside, but when they go for a shit, one of them always goes in the tray. He won't put outside, so we've just always got to smell it now. I don't mind cleaning it up from the lawn. It's fine. Get a shovel, put it in the bin.
Yep. Pets are the best. Animals are the best. Animals first, children second, and that's really it. That's the only thing that are like pure, innocent, and good. Everybody else, I don't know. The jury's out, right?
Yeah, I'll push back on that. I'll be that guy. Yeah, that's how you feel until you have kids. And I always knew that. So I made jokes about my cats being my kids.
You think,
kids first.
No, I'm saying kids are good. I said pets.
You said
Wait,
pets,
you
then kids.
disagree that animals are better than all humans? No, all humans.
Oh,
'Cause there's
your
some
own
evil
children.
babies.
No. Yeah, but some nasty
Haven't you
animals as
seen
well, I
Pet
suppose.
Sematary?
Yeah, but then look at pit bulls.
Yeah, they eat people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's bad dogs. But no, it's one of
breeded
those things, you know.
those?
Oh yeah, but still, people are being shitty about it as well. I'm not disputing that.
No, we're doing our best debate before we show up. Some sort of debate. This is our debate right now. I don't know. I so you think people animals?
Well, yeah, you've got to, otherwise we wouldn't continue to exist.
But
If
don't
we
people do more
prioritize,
harm than animals? I'm working this out right now in real time too. I
yes,
don't know.
but
I'm
we've
not
also,
saying yes or no.
in a way, yes, but then we've also provided a lot more than animals.
Like what?
I'm not saying we're not animals. We're just like the ones that have like the most sort of like civilized skills. Really, that's it. We looked out in that way, but
So we're better because we can communicate in the way we
in a way,
communicate.
yeah. But then we do damage. Yeah, we do damage as
They
well.
communicate.
But they don't have like organized society like we do, where we can like travel to each other's countries and like
Who's to say
see
though?
each
I think
other's.
they seem pretty organized. They eat each other or other smaller things. It's called the animal kingdom.
Yeah, I've seen The Lion King. I've seen that Disney ripoff of Kimber the White Lion. Another thing Disney just fucking what? No, we never heard of that. But we haven't ripped it off. We've never heard of that.
I think everything's pretty equal in reality.
Your own
agree on that? We're equals.
Your own children is like fucking is at the top. Other people's kids, I agree, are like well fucking lower down because other people's kids, you don't want to be dealing with that.
The governor says that in season 4 of The Walking Dead, I believe.
All right.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, it wasn't so bad because if me and you lived bloody nearby and your kids hung around with my kids, if your kids were around at my house and they were misbehaving, and it's like I'd happily, be like, "Oh, don't do that," because I'd expect you to do the same if my kids were misbehaving at yours. Whereas nowadays, you tell someone else's kids to stop misbehaving because they are genuinely misbehaving, and then a parent will turn on you like you've just punched the kid in the face, and it's like, just because you don't instill any discipline or whatever, you know what I mean, or any order, that doesn't mean everyone else has to deal with that. Keep it in your own house. Fair enough, we don't have to see it, but when they're out being a shit at my house, or do you know what I mean?
It's the shits.
Yeah, I mean, the worst offense you could ever make towards a parent in this country anyway is make any type of slight towards their parenting or recognition that their kid is doing something wrong. That's oof. Parents around here, they cannot handle that. They don't want to hear about that. And I'm real, you know me, I'm real good at pointing out flaws. And when that happens, they're like, nope, it's your fault. I'm like, got it.
Yeah.
I'm never going to mention anything ever again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They do give good parents a bad name because you do. Our last we sort of like will point out, like, if you see someone who turns up and the kids are well behaved and they're quiet, they'd have to be silent, but they're not disruptive. And if they do start to get a bit too exciting, a bit too loud because they're enjoying themselves at a restaurant or something, parents only have to say, like, come on now, you're getting a bit too rowdy, and that's it. But a lot of parents now they don't want to do that because they want to be the friend. So they just let the kid get as loud as possible, and then it's every fucker else's problem. So when you do see like polite kids, it's like we see it and we acknowledge it, and it's like we try, and that's what we're going to try and do with our little. And obviously, you can try, and we might not do as well as we intend, but some people you can see they're not making an effort, and you can see when people do.
There's so many people not making an effort in this country that a lot of people they're finally starting to notice, which I've noticed for the past 10 years. The kids can't read. They can barely tell time. They can't write in cursive, of course. Like, that's crazy. That's like crazy talk. Dr. Hughes, they can't write in cursive. It's like, I don't know. I was taught cursive in the 2nd grade. Is that like Am I gifted for that? No, I thought that was just regular curriculum for everybody, so you could at least sign your name on checks, right?
Mm.
But yeah, I'm not saying all, of course, like making generalizations, but there's a lot of kids in this country. They don't, and
No,
that's why the rap music's
yeah.
so bad now too.
And it's not even just the stuff that they teach you in schools. It's just things you'd pick up naturally, just like through osmosis, or just doing stuff. Like whenever if I'm buying like manga or something in the shop, the amount of time I hear young people just be like, "How much is this book?" And it's like, books have prices on them. Like 99% of the time they have prices on them, and just to not think to look, because is that just me showing my age because I'm just used to books? But for the bloody so many years I've been here, it's just there's always been a price on a book, or if it's not on the back, it's on the inside sleeve. But they don't even think to look, and it's just like, have you never picked up enough of them? Even if whatever sort of book it is, it doesn't have to be like fucking anything fancy. But it's just, do you know what I mean? It's just something you'd notice because you see it so many times. Do they just not notice because they're not paying attention, or they just not pick up enough of them to know? Do you know what I mean? I don't know which it is, but it just baffled me
I
the
think
amount
it's
of
the
times
real
it's
world. They are more they look at screens more than they look at the real world. So if you're talking about somebody that's like 25 or under, they've grown up quite literally with a screen in their face, like in their face. And now I know I was one of these 80s kids that grew up sitting all close to the TV and shit like that for many, many years. But I couldn't imagine. It was like I was like the early version of an iPad kid. So I'm sure they're going to be great with pop culture references like Dr. Hughes is, but they're not going to be the smartest. You know what I mean? But they may be able to relay messages in the way that they do in the future a lot better than we will ever do, because they understand the machine.
But when we were sat looking at the screen from an inch away or whatever you said, we were focused on one thing. So it is different, because although they're here and it's a smaller screen or whatever, that they're not focused on just that one thing. There's a lot of other things going that their brain is chasing for that enjoyment.
Yeah, it's a
Whereas
lot
when
more
we had like
dopamine now, for
yeah,
sure.
like when we had when we had a SNES or whatever, Genesis or whatever, and we are just like fixated to it in our room for like 8 hours, we are doing a similar thing because we are still getting that chemical, but we're not trying to chase different things and then sort of like, not be focused on one thing and not enjoy that one thing. So at least we were enjoying the thing, not just remembering that we did the thing because we weren't there.
I don't know. I can't even comprehend anymore, really, because time's moving so fast that I can't even, like, a year when I was under 10 years old felt like eternity. It felt like forever. And now, a year, I'm like, I can't remember what birthday is which. It's like, I thought, wait a second. That was last year? I thought that could have been
Yeah.
last week. So take this as a warning, young people. Shit's gonna change for you real fast, and you're gonna be like, your head's gonna be spinning from it, because mine certainly is.
And it's a natural thing as well, because when you're younger, like you say, when you were 10, you don't have that perception of longer time. So you're like your 6 week school holiday or whatever you guys get. We get 6 weeks over here. That lasted forever. You know what I mean? That's just 6 weeks. That was a fucking adventure for ages. You'd be able to go on like a couple of holidays, sort of. And now 6 weeks, it's just like, fucking hell, man. 6 months. 6 months has just flown past quick, hasn't it? We're at like middle of August. Oh shit! And because we've just done fucking the season so many times, and we've seen so much, and we've lived longer. And
listen,
but on top of that, sorry, just the way the news cycle goes, that speeds things up even more, which I think you were saying as well. So it stacks. It's a stacked effect.
It's not that we're getting old. It's the Hadron Collider. Has to be. Has to be. They shut that off recently, right? And everybody's like, oh my God,
right,
time
no.
is slowing down now. I'm like, no, it ain't. No, it ain't.
Well, no, that's how we are. No, that's yeah. I didn't know.
They shut
I didn't
it
know
down
they turned it off.
recently. They're gonna turn it back on in 2030, I think, which is a great year to do that, right? I don't know. I could be even wrong about that. It could be 2031 and 32. I think they got things planned. for 2030, since they actually have things called Agenda 2030.
Yeah.
Call me crazy.
It's not suspicious at all, is it?
Right, yeah. They have it. So there's an agenda for this year. Got it. And now we're like working our way there. Anyway, so
You'd think you'd think they'd just keep it going for the next few years, because then it's just like, oh well, we just happen to still be running in 2030, so it doesn't look suspicious at all that would be involved in that. But yeah, like you say, when they stop for a few years to then start it back up in the big year, that everyone's like, oh shit, what's going to happen in this year? We've heard this year mentioned so many times. That's a bit careless, to be honest.
Yeah. Not to anybody else. I'm the crazy, stupid person. Like, why would I even think about a few years from now? Like, that's silly. I'm supposed to just worry about Love Island and Love is Blind and stuff. So, okay. But
Taylor Swift's wedding, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm the weird one, right? Not the Taylor Swift people that go through the garbage of the wedding and bid on it for hundreds of dollars. Garbage from a wedding. Literally, Danny. People were
No, I saw it. I saw it. A guy does it. He does it with other things, but the Taylor Swift one was just a very popular one for him because he made a lot of money.
So we've had, I don't know if you guys remember last year, Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck, and it made the news, and people have been speaking on it. Candace Owens being one of them. And say what you will. I've been saying this from the beginning. I don't trust anybody. I'm not trusting anybody out here, but I follow what feels like the truth, because I just want to know what's the truth about things. You guys fighting back and forth between this team and that team and your cults and things, that has nothing to do with Dr. Huge. I watch this stuff completely unbiased. And I also watch it knowing what everybody thinks. This is a black woman. It always has been. She does sound like a white girl. You know what I'm saying? But, I understand all angles about this. I even know who Andrew Wilson is. A lot of people don't, which is crazy to me. It's like, where have you been the past several years? He's like the #1 debater of whores online he's like the Michael Jordan when it comes to debating whores. So that's the reason why, from the Fresh and Fit guys mainly too. He goes on their stuff a lot. The guy that we saw, PDF, Weeble Wobble dude,
That's
saying one of the coolest guys ever.
I'm not completely blind to him, but what you've just said then, that's the extent of my knowledge. That he does podcasts, and I remember I've seen the odd clip, but it's never been really about him and what he is sort of like. There's nothing about him that's like the draw for the viral clips that I've seen. It's always what the daft lasses are saying in response. So you don't remember him so much. You always remember the silly things the lasses he's had on say. So, but I don't know anything else other than that really about him.
I'll tell you what.
I know a lot about Candace Owens, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm such a. I understand this internet. I get this internet stuff. I knew about Andrew Wilson. The first time I ever saw him was from the Crucible, I believe it was called, where they would have debates on religious philosophies and things. And he debated Adam Green, who is a big, what are we calling him now? What am I calling him now? The you-know-who's? He talks about the you-know-who's like all the time, and he debated a Christian, chain smoker, which turned out to be this Andrew Wilson. So from the jump, I was always like, yeah, you're good with your wordsmith and your lingos and the way he framed. This is why I don't like debating or dealing with people like on that level, as far as getting into intellectual arguments with them, is because I feel I'm already done with it before it starts. So I get upset when people start like framing discussions and using underhand tactics that the viewers in the audience might not know about. But I see right through it because they're doing it to me. You know what I mean? And then if I speak out against it, it's like, oh, you're running and you don't want to deal with this and you don't. It's like, no, I see that he's trying to be the judge and the jury of this situation, and he's gonna police my speech and all this stuff. And I'm not playing games. I'm very straightforward. So Candace is willing to play the games. She also got paid a lot for it. And if I find it interesting. And we all know Dr. Huge believes everything is pro wrestling. So this fits into my sphere because look, they had Patrick Dave Bettman, Daveman, whatever the
Patrick
fuck his name
David.
is. He stinks.
David.
It's the shits.
He's the worst. Where does he get off being able to mediate and moderate these discussions? Do you like? I get how all of this is fake and a work, right? But also, if we're gonna like talk about it, and the whole world has been talking about it for the past 2 days at this point, let's see the highlights, right? So here's one.
Listen, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so
yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so
you're allowed.
I mean, I love it. I'm loving this stuff. More of this, right? Again, Danny, I want people to debate forever. Let's talk about it, right? As Trick Williams says.
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about all this because there's been so much ridiculous shit going on. I think the more we say it over and over, what's happening, people are going to start going, wait a second.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
So,
after they are, yeah.
So that's a big wait a second. I think everybody just got like all the normies and the casuals in the world that don't know their fucking ass from their elbow from anything. So, yeah, what do you think about that? Do you think all women are retarded?
No, not all of them. But a lot of blokes are. But it's just in different ways. So, yeah.
That's true. But I think that, to me, I know everybody's pointing at a few other clips that were more damning than that. That's the worst one. You were sent on behalf of a woman, dude. Right? And now you're going to turn around and say they're all a hard R? Woo. Holy mackerel. And Ribshot says political and theological debates with amateur porn stars is apparently prime content. It is. Hey, they found me through the algorithm. I watched a few of them. That's how I even know who this guy is. That's why I find it funny when people are like, who's this guy? How does he get all this money? Why did the TPUSAs and stuff go after him? I mean, trust me, I ain't even got to say that I'm afraid for my life and I would never do anything to myself. They got way bigger fish to fry than old Dr. Huge over here and a few viewers. I mean, they look bad at every turn ever since the situation last year, Danny. What do you think? Because have I not been right this whole time? I was pretty anime on the first go around. After I saw just what happened, I said, I get what this says.
Yeah, it smelt funny. Yeah, it's. I don't know.
Just tell me I nailed it, because I fucking nailed.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah. I'm not saying you didn't. It's just, it's a fucking shit show, and it's silly that we're having to deal with this when there's so many other bloody things, isn't there? And then it produces content like this, which debates are healthy and they're good and that, but
right, it definitely seems like a show, especially when you add the PBDs to it.
And it's obviously a set because it's meant to be a podcast show, so that just makes me fall into that sort of like idea even more.
And then we get some gems out of it though with the AI. I will allow AI to stick around. Don't worry, Grok, I love you. I tell it thank you, and it does the best all the time. And that might have helped in my algorithm, my stuff getting pushed when I put out the memes. Believe it or not, Danny, that did cross my mind, and I don't think I'm wrong about it. So I will continue to tell you when you did a good job, Grok, when I try to get images and things. But let's watch this video because I love this stuff.
Andy, baby, no, stop. It's okay. It's okay.
It was bad! It was bad! Eric is gonna kill me! Ben is gonna kill me!
I love it. I don't know. I love this stuff. And it doesn't even matter if it happened to Candace. She looked like a stupid idiot. They made AI videos of her smoking and turning on the sprinklers in the hotel room while crying. I would post it.
But if it is just all a show and a work, then that line about I just think all women are retarded, that's pretty funny. If it's just, if this is all just a fucking show and that was just a joke,
100%.
But if he genuinely feels that way, then if it's an absolute like that, then that's daft. But yeah.
The 600 series has rubber skin. We spotted the measy.
Love it.
Yes. Oh, here we go. Here's some more debating. All right. So this isn't more about the debate. I won't necessarily play all of it, but the post says, here is ChatGPT's analysis of the tone of the debate. Now, this is where I'm at, right? So this is the stuff I'm thinking about. And when I actually saw AI talking about this in this manner, I was like, holy shit, it really... It's saying exactly, it's articulating things that are hard to speak. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But basically, it says Andrew's central move is hierarchy. He wants to take over the debate and emerge as a superior protagonist. Calling his style quote unquote aggressive undersells it. Aggression is a tone. He is establishing asymmetrical conversational roles. I'm not going to read the rest of it, but it's basically, that's what I'm talking about. He's setting the rules. I'm a rules guy. So I need to know what the rules are of a debate or a competition before I play it. Like, I wouldn't play basketball and go, well, how do I dribble? Where's the out of bounds? What do I do here? What do I do there? If you don't know, you can't play the game, really. Or even if you know half of it, you won't be shit. So what he does is he understands the rules at a high level and then makes you play by his own set. So if you don't recognize what's happening as far as what the rules are and everything, you will get crushed. Candace knew what the rules were. So she in turn flipped it on him. And then he went, he's short-circuited basically. So that's what I think about that.
Yeah, he wasn't actually arguing the points. He was, like you say, he was making the rules. He was just being like, oh, well, you can't argue like that, or you can't say this. And he wasn't actually putting anything over. He was just trying to stop her and stonewall her from actually making any points, thinking that she couldn't make all 7 of those claims in that one clip that I saw. And then she just nailed all 7 of them in a row. And that backfired because he did not think that was going to happen. But yeah, he was just being a little twat about it. I mean, it might not be the same in the other clips because there are a lot of clips and I've only seen a handful.
I just feel like in this day and age where everybody is talking to AIs and things, that everybody gets it. At least the people that matter, they're gonna get it, and they're gonna see the tricks in the linguistics that you're using to again frame your position. You're trying to frame another person's position so that they're left defenseless and things. That stuff doesn't really work anymore, bro.
No.
They're running this shit through machines. So you better be honest. You better be genuine and authentic. Again, I'm too stupid to lie.
But
That's
look at how people...
like,
sorry.
The gall.
Yeah. But
sorry.
Look at how people's Twitter... No, sorry, I'm sorry. Look at how people's Twitter game sort of like upped a bit once Grok was incorporated into it. Because then you could just like press the button and be like, is this person being genuine, or, you know, can you explain what sort of like approach they're taking with this? And then it could respond and be like, well, they're actually been a bit manipulative here, because what they've done is they've taken this thing that you said there, and if you're not able to sort of like put those pieces together yourself, you can use Grok to do that. Like, there's a lot of accounts that are just like AI generated fucking regurgitations of stuff now, but they get really good interactions with people because they've got a really good prompt, and it's just connected those dots where that person can't do that themselves, but then the AI knows what to do in place of that. So you've got that on Twitter, but now when you're watching videos, it's also analyzing that in the same way. So people that, like you say, didn't previously understand what was going on can see what's happening. It's obviously inaccurate to a degree, but they get like a better understanding of the situation, and then they'll implement that in their own lives, and that hopefully.
And then we got, I mean, these are some lightning rods we're talking about here these days. Nicholas J. Fuentes, I'm sure many of you know of him. Groiper, right? He's the lead Groiper. I find him very sus. And listen, don't come for me, don't get me. Nobody get me. I've already been gotten many times, trust me. But he says that debate was basically unwatchable. But what is truly striking is how Charlie Kirk has become the background character in the endless soap opera about his own murder. The story now revolves around the raging narcissist Candace Owens and the mass psychosis she has induced. Then she replies, in other words, you publicly said you were backing Andrew Wilson and are now coping with the fact that he lost badly. Laughing emojis. She's not wrong.
No, she's not. But I mean, there's a little nugget of something in what Fuentes says. We've just been sad that Charlie Kirk's become a background character, because it has. Do you know? He died, and that was fucking awful. But people sort of like, they're not just keeping his legacy going. They're sort of like, people are making it their own, really now, aren't they? It's gone a bit too far.
Am I crazy to think that there's a decent percentage that he's not even dead? I mean, the only thing I got to go by that is the lack of blood, the stories I heard of him like trying to get out of the car when it was on the highway. That was reported on from the police, like on their walkie-talkies, and then also the FBI director talking about Valhalla with somebody who was a Christian, which that's Norse mythology stuff. And then the picture on the back of Tyler Robinson's original picture that they cropped out to take out the computer image of it. But on his computer screen at the time was an island. And on that island, if you look it up, was a resort area called Valhalla. I'm not saying it's proof. I'm just saying it's weird.
All right. Yeah, it is a bit weird, but that's yeah. So I'll apologize if that's spot on, but yeah.
Just another story for a distraction, because you know what? This has totally taken over. It's done a lot of things, and I don't think any one of these incidents, right? There's more than meets the eye. So they want to do it for not just one reason. They're going to do it for a multitude of reasons. And one of those reasons could be to take another story out that's a lot more important, that shines a light on how everything works. Right? You know, that laugh. I think it kind of works like that. What does Ribshot say? You should do it yourself. I could imagine a stream with these women being betrayed by Dr. Huge for 8 hours while he refers to himself in the third person could be huge. Pun intended. Thank you. What else you got to say? Berated, not betrayed. I will berate all the horrors. And Ribshot also says there's also an overwhelming amount of evidence to show that he's definitely 100% deceased.
Out of battery.
Well, it certainly isn't the Erica video. That wasn't proof at all, with the fucking rings and shit and all the occult symbolisms and things on it. I don't know. I don't know about that. But hey, one of these days you'll realize everybody thinks Dr. Huge is crazy until some shit happens to them. Then they go, oh, I get it. One of these days, everybody will understand what I'm saying, Danny. Or maybe not. I'm just the guy screaming from the pedestal like in They Live at the beginning of the movie while everybody's watching the TV screens. I love it. Look, Andrew Wilson. He got community noted. He wrote, "Can you show us the text message talking about him speaking in the debate?" And then she says, "I'll release it on my show." Or no, "I'll release it on my show." This is her saying it. Candace says, "Can you show us the text message?" He wrote, "I'll release it on my show." But you came claiming you had Evet. Lights go out in the eyes. Me smiling. And then the community note says, Andrew promised in his opening to share the never-before-seen text today. When Candace asked him to show it, he refused and said he'd drip it out on his own show instead. His post misattributes the exchange and frames her as the one who failed to produce the evidence. And these are the tricks that I'm talking about that upset Dr. Huge in the third person, right?
But like you say, more and more people are noticing, and that behavior frustrates people because more and more people are seeing that when you weasel about an argument like that and not just have the argument and put your good point across, people are like, oh, they can just see you, so they're going to laugh. And
And here it is. I told you about it earlier, Danny. Look at in tears at Punk busting out of his stilts to talk to Kevin Owens. Yeah. Look at the height on the soles of these sneakers, and now he's the same size as Kevin Owens. That's dirty work.
Let's see if Owens has noticed that Owens looks like he's laughing. He's trying not to laugh too much. I think he's noticed them.
Punk, you look ridiculous. Your hair is too tall. Your pants are sagging too much. Where'd your ass go? What happened to her ass? And then you wear the fucking Rhea Ripley Frankenstein boots. Unbelievable.
It looks like you've got two wrestling or two action figures and like put them on, like mix them up and put like the wrong body on the wrong legs.
Where are we now? Oh, I'm just on my main page, I think. All right, back to my bookmarks. Is there any more? There might not be any more. Did we run out of news this week? Yeah, it's a bunch more debate stuff. I think we got them. We know Elon's an alien. Oh, how about this movie scene? With the two, I'm the highest ranking officer anywhere I fucking go. And this base better start fucking acting like it. And then you got all the military guys on Twitter coming out and going, yeah, I see this every day. What did he write? This is 110% accurate. When I was a ranger, I remember we all cowered in fear whenever a lady CIA agent rolled into the TOC. We'd be like, oh no, here comes the tigress. Tuck your dicks, boys. She's the highest ranking person anywhere she goes, which can only mean she's a merciless asshole. We could beg them to teach us how to fight and shoot, but we could never seem to keep up. 11 out of 10 would watch this perfect representation of combat life. Wow. I think we should end it there. We did it. You got any takes on this? You like these movies, right?
Oh, yeah, love them. Can I grab the steering wheel for a minute?
Yeah, I don't know.
And swerve it off the tracks. Yeah, tracks. Just a strange one for you. Thomas the Tank Engine. Did you watch it as a child?
I know of it. I didn't watch. I remember the books, though.
Oh, right. That's interesting. I only very recently learned that you had your own version of the original, like, mid-80s one, because I just started watching it with my little one. And I accidentally started watching the ones with George Carlin doing the voiceovers.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So that's what you're familiar with, just
but
him
not
reading
the
it.
Show. I remember just the book versions. There's a ton of those books.
Right. Oh, I didn't realize the books were as popular over in America. But yeah, Ringo Starr did the voice, did the reading. So the drummer from the Beatles.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's what I remember. And then when I learned that the Americans did like a different voice, and I was just like who it was, and I only learned that recently, and that's just fucking blown me away. But yeah, I do prefer the Ringo Starr one. To be fair, it just
hey,
I don't know, it fits it. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not a fan of the Beatles or anything. Yeah.
I told you I have a list actually. Before we go, let's let this be the last little bit. I have my rib shot. This is for you too. Stay tuned. You're going to get your top 5 best things that ever come out of England. In my opinion, let's say. Expert opinion. Analyst opinion. Because I've analyzed this England a little bit. Number 1, we'll start from the top. The Prodigy. What? The Prodigy is the greatest thing England's ever created. Thank you. Number 2, the Beatles. It's okay, but I just know that everybody loves them, so we got to put them at number 2. It's not all music. Number 3, Austin Powers. What? The third best thing to come out of England. Number 4, the British Bulldog. What?
It's the shits.
And then number 5, capes, crowns, and costumes. What? The best. You guys do it the best when it comes to those things. Would you like to add 1 or 2 or 5?
No, we don't deserve it at the moment, to be fair. We're a fucking embarrassment. We have a fucking embarrassment.
Perhaps? You have the best machetes right now over there?
No, they're probably shit as well, to be fair. They're probably just cheaply knocked together, but still effective, but probably not the best.
All right. Best ball. I saw a guy try to buy a baseball bat at a place the other day, and it made the rounds, and he was like being tackled for having a baseball bat.
It was still in its cellophane wrap. He just just bought it. Just walking out the fucking sports shop. Yeah, but people can carry blades on the belts all the time.
You need some Enos Freedom Cantor over there playing in your ladies basketball. That will give you all the freedom. That's right. Let's yeet. One last time for the coach.
I'm not gay no more.
Wait a second. That wasn't yeeting.
Yeet, 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 yeet.
Come on, do it with me, Danny.
Yeet, yeet,
Ha, ha, ha.
yeet.
All right, we did it, everybody. Good game, Danny. Nice long stream. We got those extra watch hours. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the show. Watch the videos. I put up another promo edit the other day. I put up more shorts. We got another one coming tomorrow. Every weekend, right? We're working over here. Get us to 1,000 before January. For Christ's sake, at least baby Jesus' sake. I'll put it like that, respectfully. Thank you. Thanks for coming on, Danny. Everybody go follow Danny. Where can we find you?
Thank you very much for having me. On Twitter, @BluntDamage or DannyDamage.co.uk.
You'll have to probably write the whole thing in the search bar like Dr. Huge does. So give that a go. Paladin, shout out to you. Coach, Rib Shot, all the people that came through today, all the people listening in the future. Again, hit these like buttons. We need it. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye. See ya. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take another hairbrush in your ass. Yeah.